On the stiflingly hot day of June 25th, 1906, Evelyn Nesbit stood frozen amidst a panicked crowd on the roof of Madison Square Garden. Her multi-millionaire husband, Harry Kendall Thaw, had just shot dead her former lover, the building's architect, Stanford White. Some believed what they had witnessed was only one of the outlandish pranks common at the time. A new musical called Mam'zelle Champagne had opened on the rooftop theatre that very night, and an effort was made by the performers to continue with the show. Evelyn Nesbit, however, knew from the sound of the first gunshot that it was all only too real. When she was finally able to catch sight of her husband through the crowd, standing over his victim's body, she let out a scream. Harry raised the weapon above his head and shouted, "I did it because he ruined my wife. He had it coming to him. He took advantage of the girl and then deserted her." Chaos ensued. Some members of the audience believed this was still part of the performance and called for it to continue, while 3 chorus girls fainted upon seeing the dead body and others rushed off stage. The stage manager ordered the orchestra to carry on playing. The crowd surged away from Harry until they were all perilously close to the edge of the roof, while others rushed for the elevator. A fireman ordered Harry to surrender his weapon, and he obliged in a surprisingly calm manner. As he was escorted to the elevator, Evelyn cried, "Harry, what have you done?" He kissed her cheek and replied, "It's all right, my dear. I've probably saved your life." At that moment, Evelyn knew her existence had been irrevocably altered. Years later, she said, "The tragedy wasn't that Stanford White died, but that I lived." The subsequent media storm that took hold of America and then the world was unlike anything seen before. The scandal changed the nature of the press and altered the fabric of society, helping to usher in the end of the Gilded Age and change the public's attitudes towards the wealthy. In Evelyn's words, she rocked civilization. Despite her central role in what would become known as the crime of the century, Evelyn Nesbit is often engulfed by the shadows of Stanford White and Harry K. Thaw. She becomes a helpless victim or a scheming seductress. She herself loathed both portrayals. Today, I want to explore the real Evelyn, the fascinating and complex woman who had an extraordinary life beyond the public's narrow perception of her. She was only 21 when the shooting occurred, and yet what became of her after the crime and famous trial is often overlooked. Thank you for watching. If you enjoy historical deep dives, consider subscribing so you never miss another video. And without further ado, here is the incredible story of Evelyn Nesbit. Evelyn was born Florence Evelyn Nesbit on Christmas Day of 1884 or 1885. She could not recall the exact year of her birth, as the records of her hometown of Tarentum, Pennsylvania were destroyed in a fire, and as a teenager, her mother routinely changed Evelyn's age so the young girl could find work. As an adult, Evelyn would recall her early childhood as the happiest time of her life. She had one brother, Howard, 2 years her junior, and enjoyed a close relationship with her father, Winfield Scott Nesbit, a lawyer who had ambitions for his daughter that were well ahead of his time. In an era when most women, like Evelyn's own mother, received a meagre education and aspired to little beyond their homes, Winfield Nesbit was determined that his daughter would attend Vassar College, one of the most prestigious schools for women in the country. Winfield wanted his daughter to be cultured and have the opportunity to travel. His ambitions for Howard were comparatively smaller, as the boy was simply expected to follow in his father's footsteps and become a lawyer. Evelyn was clearly her father's favourite, while the more fragile Howard was preferred by their mother. Evelyn accompanied her father to baseball games, he brought home books for her to read, many of which were aimed at boys, and had her tutored in music and dance. Evelyn adored her father, and with his encouragement grew into a creative and confident if precocious child. She later recalled being a tomboy at this time. She had an interest in prize fights, even organising fights between her male playmates, much to her parents' chagrin. Her father's work moved the family to Pittsburgh when Evelyn was about 11. There, the Nesbits continued to enjoy a comfortable middle-class life, even owning a carriage. but in the first of many swift tragedies that would alter the course of Evelyn's life, her father unexpectedly died at the age of 40. According to some sources, Winfield had been a cycling enthusiast and was warned that if he did not give up the hobby, he would contract a spinal disease. After ignoring his doctor's advice, some reports state he died of spinal meningitis in 1896, shortly after Evelyn's 11th birthday. At first, Evelyn and Howard refused to believe their father was dead, and when their mother would not let the children see his body, Evelyn threw herself at the door behind which he lay. With no sense of closure, Evelyn felt as though her father had suddenly disappeared, and it did not take long for any remaining feelings of security to vanish from her life as well. Within a month of Winfield's death, the Nesbits' home went into foreclosure, and the family were forced to auction all their possessions, including Evelyn's cherished book collection. The family sat in front of their house to watch their possessions be carted away. From now on, the Nesbits were entirely dependent on the generosity of family and friends, and were increasingly split up, with Howard's fragile health resulting in extended stays with relatives in the countryside, while his mother and sister remained in the city. According to Evelyn, her mother was a sweet and gentle person, whose skills were much better suited to her former station of housewife than to the competitive working world. Mrs. Nesbit possessed considerable sewing skills. She could make a new dress in a day, and despite Evelyn's clothes being made from curtains or bedspreads to save money, the little girl's beautiful dresses even received compliments from strangers passing her in the street. Nevertheless, dressmakers expected Mrs. Nesbit to have previous professional experience and be up to date with the latest European fashions, and so she was turned away everywhere she applied for work. With a complex mixture of shame and pride, Mrs. Nesbit isolated herself from her former friends and would not allow herself to accept too much help from relatives. The family lived in miserable conditions in cramped and dingy boarding houses, which they moved on from in quick succession. At one point, they were only able to pay their rent through the help of a family friend, Charles Holman. Winfield Nesbit left behind a complex web of business affairs and debts, which resulted in Mrs. Nesbit regularly going to court. During the trial, it would be reported that the debts were the result of Winfield's gambling habit. Mrs. Nesbit had no business sense, and found the technicalities surrounding the sale of the house difficult to understand. Because of the anguish these frequent court visits caused her mother, Evelyn ironically developed a strong phobia of courts. Mother and children all shared a bed in their tiny room, and at night Evelyn and Howard put pillows over their heads to block out the sound of their mother sobbing. She often wept uncontrollably while crying, "What is to become of us?" as her horrified children held hands and silently watched from the corner, retreated to the hallway, or sat on the steps of the boarding house to escape their mother's grief. Eventually, mother and children both learned to disassociate from their sorrow by blocking it out entirely. Winfield's photograph was packed away, and he was never mentioned. Evelyn secretly feared her mother would disappear or suddenly die as her father had, and her fear of abandonment made her intent on always pleasing others. She learned to disregard or detach herself from traumatizing events, a skill that would both serve her well and harm her in the years to come. She became silent and reserved, withdrawing to a vibrant inner world of fantasy inspired by the books she read. She dreamed of fame and fortune, and even tried to run away with a circus, but was stopped when Howard told their mother her plan. While Evelyn developed remarkable emotional resilience, the often unsanitary conditions and meagre one meal a day the family were reduced to had a lasting effect on Howard's health. When Evelyn was about 12, Mrs. Nesbit borrowed money from friends to start her own boarding house, which was a failure from the beginning. The already beautiful young girl was tasked with collecting rent from the mostly middle-aged male tenants. This was always an uncomfortable experience for Evelyn, and the tenants often refused to pay. Before long, Mrs. Nesbit closed the boarding house and sent Howard back to the countryside. Mother and daughter lived only walking distance away from the imposing Lyndhurst, a mansion on the Millionaire's Row of Pittsburgh, belonging to the wealthy and supposedly charitable Thaw family, which Evelyn would one day marry into. Mrs. Nesbit had heard that Mrs. Mary Copley Thaw, Evelyn's future mother-in-law, was generous to the needy, and so Mrs. Nesbit swallowed her pride and knocked on the door of Lyndhurst, only to be turned away by a servant. In early 1898, Mrs. Nesbit decided to search for seamstress work elsewhere, and sent both children to live with relatives in the country while she moved to Philadelphia. Within weeks, the children were sent to other relatives they had never met before, and had to do chores in exchange for their meals. They received little correspondence from their mother, and amused themselves by befriending a stray ginger cat they found in an alleyway. When Evelyn's 13th birthday, which was also Christmas Day, passed by unmarked, she gave herself the cat as a present, and insisted on taking it with her when the children were eventually sent for by their mother. Evelyn and Howard were the only children travelling alone on the train, and Evelyn had to convince each conductor to let her keep her cat. In Philadelphia, Mrs. Nesbit had secured work at Wanamaker's department store, where the children would also work 12-hour days, 6 days a week. This soon proved too much for Howard, and he was sent to the country while Evelyn continued to work as a stock girl and serve customers. While she looked no more than 11 and was actually 13, Mrs. Nesbit claimed Evelyn was 16 and lowered the hems on her skirts to make her seem older, as girls wore full-length skirts when they reached 16. Evelyn's childlike appearance and small stature, standing at only 5'3" as an adult, were likely due to the malnutrition she experienced at this time. The Nesbits lived on coffee and sandwiches, and were still so poor that Howard had to steal the mustard for the sandwiches. Evelyn enjoyed feeling grown up and useful despite the tiring work, but she also felt she was letting her father down, as his dreams of Vassar College seemed impossible to fulfill now. She took comfort in educating herself by taking the books left behind by other boarders at the Nesbits' lodgings, and borrowing from the library. Evelyn was window shopping one day shortly before her 14th birthday, when she was spotted by a local artist called Mrs. Darroch, who asked if she would like her portrait taken. Evelyn had to ask her mother, and later mother and daughter went to Mrs. Darroch's studio, where Evelyn was paid $1 for 5 hours sitting, about $40 in today's money. Both Evelyn and her mother were thrilled, and soon Evelyn was spending every Sunday posing for another local artist, John Storm, who introduced her to a collection of female artists, including Elizabeth Shippen Green and Jessie Wilcox Smith. Mrs. Nesbit always accompanied Evelyn to these sittings, and soon realised it would be more profitable for Evelyn to model full-time and leave Wanamaker's. Evelyn's image was used as an angel for stained glass windows in churches, and some of her lost childhood was restored to her as she dressed up in costumes to provide a face for illustrations in fairy tales, reminiscent of the books her father had given her. Word of this remarkably versatile young beauty rapidly spread through Philadelphia's art world, with Evelyn even gaining recognition in the papers. Her mother quit her own job at Wanamaker's to act as Evelyn's manager, but aside from vaguely complaining that modelling was too bohemian, and worrying that Evelyn spent too much time gazing at her own reflection, Mrs. Nesbit appeared to have little to do with her daughter's career. In fact, every time she made a decision, it was invariably the wrong one. Evelyn, meanwhile, became more subdued than ever when the initial thrill of her career faded. The reality of modelling was spending hours in the same position in a studio that smelled of paint, and maintaining complete silence. Evelyn longed to save enough money to attend school, and perhaps eventually go to Vassar College as her father had wished. It had been years since Evelyn had friends her own age, and with no social life to speak of, she learned about the world solely from novels. Evelyn thought being a photographer's model might be easier, and Mrs. Nesbit approved, as that meant Evelyn could take on more work and make more money. Mrs. Nesbit had been advised that her daughter could be even more successful in New York, and so, without a plan and without much explanation to her two bewildered children, Mrs. Nesbit left for the big city in June of 1900. Just as Evelyn was beginning to regain some security, her mother seemingly abandoned her, taking all the money the 15-year-old had saved and stopping Evelyn from getting more work by sending her back to relatives in Pittsburgh. Howard, meanwhile, was still living in the country. As the months dragged by, Evelyn couldn't see why she wasn't allowed to work, and became frustrated that her mother wrote at length to friends, while the children only received the occasional postcard. It was November when Mrs. Nesbit sent for her children to join her, without having secured work. Evelyn was forced to borrow money, not only to fetch Howard by herself, but to pay for the train fare to New York. But nevertheless, the 15-year-old was optimistic for her future, and spent the train journey dreaming of the life she and her brother would build in the city. While Washington, D.C. is the official capital of the United States, during the Gilded Age, New York was the country's cultural center. Before Hollywood existed, New York was where the nascent film industry flourished. The New York Evelyn arrived in was teeming with men and women who drove American culture and artistry forward, and were making the city a rival to the grand European capitals that had formerly set the fashions for art, clothing, and architecture. Evelyn believed she was stepping into a glittering future, but the reality was somewhat more disappointing. As Mrs. Nesbit had managed to spend 1.5 years of Evelyn's savings in 5 months, the family were forced to live in a dismally dark and cold flat on 22nd Street. For the first few days after Evelyn and Howard's arrival, the Nesbits shivered and starved as Mrs. Nesbit refused to let Evelyn use the letters of recommendation she had been given by artists in Philadelphia to find work. Mrs. Nesbit worried about the propriety of allowing her daughter to be a New York model, and it was only when Evelyn questioned the logic of being allowed to model in Pennsylvania but not New York, and when the biting cold and hunger became too much to bear, that Mrs. Nesbit gave in. When Mrs. Nesbit brought the letters of recommendation to a respected painter called James Carroll Beckwith, he wanted to hire Evelyn immediately. Mrs. Nesbit almost refused when Beckwith told her he taught classes where models posed in the nude at the Arts Students' League. In the end, Mrs. Nesbit insisted on accompanying Evelyn to the sittings, but soon allowed the 16-year-old to go on her own. Beckwith was old enough to be Evelyn's grandfather, and took a protective interest in her. Although Mrs. Nesbit thought of herself as Evelyn's manager, she did next to nothing to further her daughter's career, and so when Evelyn declared to Beckwith she would have to find more work herself, he replied, "You are not the sort of girl who should be knocking on studio doors." He provided her with introductions to other respectable artists, and soon word swept through the artistic community in New York, just as it had in Philadelphia, about the stunning model unlike anyone seen before. Evelyn began her career at a time when artists were abandoning the voluptuous beauty standard that had dominated the previous few decades, in favour of a slender, modern ideal, which Evelyn perfectly embodied. Standing at around 5 foot and having suffered malnutrition for the last few years, she was extremely thin and almost childlike, possessing a striking mixture of youthful innocence and mature charm. Some thought Evelyn's face contained an exotic, vaguely Eastern quality, which only helped her career in a time when all things East Asian had become a craze in the West. Her ability to infuse a range of emotions into her expression impressed many artists, although Evelyn was amused at the depth sometimes attributed to her mature gaze. In fact, during the long hours of holding a single pose, Evelyn often thought of nothing at all or amused herself with daydreams. Before long, Evelyn's entire week was fully booked, and her image began to appear on everything from fashion advertisements and skincare products to beer trays and boxes of chocolates. She was on the cover of sheet music and magazines, her face decorated pocket mirrors, and she modelled for fashion plates in newspapers. Journalists appeared at the Nesbits' lodgings regularly, and multiple articles on the 16-year-old beauty's rise to fame were published, along with entire pages of her photographs. The publicity attracted the attention of theatrical agents and producers, who sent an endless stream of letters and even came to the Nesbits' new lodgings on 36th Street, attempting to lure Evelyn onto the stage. Polite society believed the theatre world was teeming with debauchery and vice, and no respectable girl became an actress. Mrs. Nesbit initially forbade Evelyn from the stage because of these moral concerns, but it is likely she also worried about a decrease in earnings if Evelyn took time off from modelling to act. Only when Mrs. Nesbit realised Evelyn could model during the day and perform at night, thus earning 2 salaries, did she relent. An agent had written to Evelyn offering to introduce her to John Fisher, the manager of the Florodora Company. Florodora was an inescapably successful musical comedy that had captivated audiences since its 1899 premiere in London's West End. Florodora began its Broadway run at the Casino Theatre in November of 1900, and by the time Evelyn auditioned, it was the biggest show on Broadway. The main attraction for audiences across both sides of the pond was the famous Florodora Sextet. 6 beauties, each standing at exactly 5'4" and weighing around 130 pounds, performed the song "Tell Me Pretty Maiden," accompanied by 6 men. The sextet, with their sumptuous pink dresses, long black gloves and picture hats, became an iconic image of the Edwardian era. The sextet, with their sumptuous pink dresses, long black gloves and picture hats, became an iconic image of the Edwardian era. Over the course of the lengthy English and American runs, the sextet went through dozens of actresses, almost all of whom went on to marry aristocrats or millionaires. Evelyn had first experienced theatre as a child when a friend gave her family tickets to an opera performance of Wagner's The Valkyrie, starring the famous German soprano Lily Lehrmann. Evelyn was deeply impressed, but lacked the money to attend more performances, and now she was thrilled at the chance to be on the stage herself. Although the theatrical manager was confident Evelyn could make an attractive addition to the cast, the producer John Fisher was not so eager to hire her. After many weeks of begging, Evelyn convinced her mother to let her audition. Fisher thought it was Mrs. Nesbit who wanted the part. When Evelyn jumped up and declared she was the one auditioning, Fisher turned to Mrs. Nesbit and declared, "Madam, I am not running a baby farm." Evelyn burst into tears. Mr. Fisher was not the only one reticent to put the childlike 16-year-old on the stage. James Carroll Beckwith and other artists Evelyn posed for intensely disapproved of her ambition, arguing she was only a child, which Evelyn felt was patronising. Since her father's death, she had been largely bereft of the company of people her own age, and for the last 2 years, most of her time had been spent with men old enough to be her grandfather, who wanted her to hold the same pose for hours in complete silence. For Evelyn, the stage represented not only a chance to make friends and regain her youth, but also to prove herself as a performer and win the love of the audience. Without validation and security in her home life, Evelyn based her self-worth on the opinions of others. She was simultaneously insecure and vain, but it's not difficult to understand why. Evelyn could hardly disagree when she was praised by her employers, the press, and a growing number of admirers as the most beautiful girl in the world, since that beauty paid the bills. Mr. Fisher allowed Evelyn to watch a rehearsal to stop her crying, and when he asked her if she could dance, she performed a few moves and with an air of desperation told him she could sing as well. Evelyn was not particularly talented as an actress, singer, or dancer, but Fisher knew her beauty and publicity would be an asset to the cast, and he hired her while encouraging Mrs. Nesbit to conceal her daughter's real age. Soon the papers announced that Evelyn, who was still known as Florence Nesbit, would play the role of the little Spanish maiden in the chorus. Contrary to popular belief, she was never a member of the sextet. During the month of rehearsals before she could make her stage debut, most of Evelyn's fantasies about the theatre were dispelled. Although she did not find it to be the den of debauchery society believed it to be, Evelyn was disappointed to discover that acting was similar to modelling, repeating the same lines and dance moves, being too focused on hitting your mark to really enjoy yourself, and up close even the costumes were not as glamorous as they initially appeared. As the youngest member of the cast, Evelyn also found it difficult to make friends. Her castmates made an effort to shield her from the adult aspects of the theatre, and whenever she approached a mature conversation, she heard whispers of "shh, the kid is coming." Mrs. Nesbit's disapproval of the stage seemed to be lessened by Evelyn's paycheck. Mrs. Nesbit never came to the theatre, although she later claimed either she or Howard always accompanied Evelyn there. Not without reason did Evelyn view her mother as old-fashioned and on occasion downright silly. The only advice Mrs. Nesbit gave her daughter about her stage career was to stay away from show people. Evelyn felt she and her mother were worlds apart in their outlook on life, and threw herself into her new career, disregarding any maternal disapproval. Her perfectionism when performing and her vanity earned her the nickname Flossie the Fuss, which prompted her to drop Florence from her name and become Evelyn Nesbit. In the family she was still known as Florence, as her mother's name was also Evelyn. Although she often found the repetition of performing just as monotonous as modelling, Evelyn adored the theatre and dreamed of one day being as glamorous and well-paid as the famous sextet. Later in life she recalled that this period was a happy one, wherein she lived very much in the present. She modelled all day and performed at night, after which she usually went to parties with the rest of the cast. While not exposed to the seedier side of show business, Evelyn certainly noticed that the other actresses were looser with their speech in a way that she was not. Evelyn never revealed all her thoughts as they did, and realised that despite being the youngest, her mind contained much more depth than her fellow chorus girls. Actresses frequently left Florodora for other productions, which made maintaining friendships difficult, and then there was the inevitable jealousy that Evelyn received significantly more publicity and often more admirers than her older peers. Nevertheless, she thoroughly enjoyed the innocent after-parties at Rector's, a high-end restaurant popular with the theatre world. In order to maintain her looks and decorum, Evelyn limited herself to 1 glass of alcohol, but always received disappointed admonishment from her mother when she returned in the early hours of the morning. Mrs. Nesbit's chief concern was that Evelyn be fresh-faced enough to model the next day. Despite her maturity in some areas, Evelyn's appearance remained childlike, and her interests also betrayed her youth. She adored toys, especially mechanical ones, and was completely uninterested in the many male admirers who wrote her letters, sent flowers, and turned up at the stage door each night with gifts and declarations of love. These stage door Johnnies, as they were known, were often discouraged when they met the girl they had fallen in love with from afar, because of her age and childish interests. One millionaire banker, old enough to be Evelyn's grandfather, was not put off by her age, however, and after introducing himself at the theatre, Evelyn returned home one day to find him talking with her mother. James Garland was about 4 times Evelyn's age and married, but this did not stop Mrs. Nesbit from accepting his invitations to sail up the Hudson on his yacht each Sunday. There were other admirers who were far from deterred by Evelyn's age, ones who never came to the stage door but watched her from afar, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves. Although clearly naive, Mrs. Nesbit must have been aware from the sheer deluge of letters her daughter received that Floridora's audience was overwhelmingly male, and yet she still allowed the naive 16-year-old to perform and interact with these strangers. By this time, Evelyn's combined salaries kept poverty at bay, while Mrs. Nesbit seemed to have given up searching for work entirely. All her life, Evelyn would try to exonerate her mother from blame, and while Mrs. Nesbit was far from a stage mother, one wonders how naive she really was about the world her daughter moved in. Before each performance, anxious to please the audience, Evelyn sang herself a nursery rhyme to calm her nerves, and as she was doing so one night, she was approached by Nell King, a member of the sextet and the mother of one of Evelyn's friends in the chorus, Edna Goodrich. Nell was in her 30s and Edna was around 19, but they pretended to be sisters in the theatre. Nell asked if Evelyn could attend a society luncheon, but Evelyn wasn't sure she could get her mother's permission. Mrs. Nesbit initially refused, as she wanted to know more about the society people Evelyn would be meeting. Undeterred, Nell King arrived at the Nesbits' home in an impressive car and assured Mrs. Nesbit that it would be safe to let Evelyn go. Nell mentioned people who would be attending the luncheon, some of whom Evelyn would later find out were either dead or didn't exist at all. With another mother's approval and sensing a chance for social advancement, Mrs. Nesbit now wholeheartedly approved of Evelyn attending the luncheon, and even made her a new outfit for the occasion. Evelyn's skirts had trailed to the ground since she was 13 to make her appear over 16, but for the one event where she desperately wanted to look grown up, Mrs. Nesbit insisted on making a knee-length dress for Evelyn. Perhaps Mrs. Nesbit realised that up close and under the discerning eyes of high society, there was no hiding her daughter's true age, and an attempt to do so would reflect badly on her mother. Evelyn was less than thrilled to look like a child for her first society invitation, but she was too preoccupied with wondering where the luncheon would be held to sulk for long. Perhaps she would get to see the gorgeous interiors of the Waldorf Hotel, or dine at the fashionable Delmonico's restaurant. When the day of the luncheon finally came, Evelyn was almost hysterical with excitement. Edna Goodrich arrived to pick her up, looking every inch the fashionable lady. Edna patronisingly remarked, "Sweet costume," as she surveyed Evelyn's little white dress, falling just at the knees with its sailor collar, and her hair tied back with a ribbon like a schoolgirl. Evelyn was too focused on where the cab would stop to care about Edna's remark. Disappointment began to set in as they drove past the fashionable areas, finally stopping in front of the F.A.O. Schwartz toy store on West 24th Street. The building could not have been more ordinary, but with her love for toys, Evelyn had to be pulled away from the shop window by Edna. The girls found themselves in a dark hallway, and as if by magic, the door in front of them opened automatically, revealing a tall staircase. Evelyn asked Edna where they were going, and from the top of the stairs a disembodied voice called down, "Nowhere on earth, dearie." Evelyn was cautious, but Edna assured her it was all right, and when they reached the top of the stairs, they may as well have been transported to another world. Evelyn had never seen anything like the room she now found herself in. The predominant colour was a deep, vibrant red. Thick red velvet curtains were drawn over the windows, but there was plenty of artificial light filling the room, without any source of it being visible. The furnishings were ornate antique pieces, beautiful paintings decorated the walls, and expensive Eastern-looking ornaments were carefully placed around the room, illuminated by more indirect lighting, which was a novelty at the time. Most surprising of all was the table set for 4 people at the centre of the room. Evelyn was too stunned to question what had become of the many high society names Nell King had reeled off. They seemed to have been replaced by the man who stood waiting to greet them. Evelyn's first impression of Stanford White was that he looked terribly old, and she said that his size was appalling. Broad-shouldered and standing at 6'3", Stanford was over a foot taller than Evelyn, and had what seemed to her a peculiar appearance. His hair was red and stood up on end, and he had a large moustache. The other guest, Reginald Ronalds, was even older than Stanford, and while she was not impressed by the men, Evelyn was thrilled with the food. After years of coffee and biscuits, simple sandwiches and small plain meals, the food-loving Evelyn could pile her plate high with lobster, oysters, seasoned eggs and delicious breads. While Stanford praised Evelyn for her appetite, Edna looked on disapprovingly as she tried to appear more refined by hardly touching the food. It was the best meal Evelyn had ever eaten, and despite Edna's increasingly sour mood, Evelyn had a wonderful time being teased about her outfit and talking about all kinds of subjects with Stanford, who she found to be an excellent conversationalist. He allowed Evelyn to have 1 glass of expensive champagne and no more. When Reginald Ronalds left during dessert, Stanford invited the girls to see another room upstairs. Just as impressive, this time the colour scheme was mostly a rich forest green, once again illuminated by artfully concealed lights. A Japanese paper parasol was suspended from the ceiling at one end of the room, and in the centre there was a red velvet swing. Faux vines trailed around the ropes, and Evelyn eagerly jumped onto it when Stanford suggested to Edna that they should give this kiddie a ride. White pushed Evelyn higher and higher until her foot went through the parasol. Evelyn laughed until her sides ached, and was having far too much fun to consider it strange that a 46-year-old man had a swing in his house, or question why Stanford was so thrilled by the sight of her on it. The parasol was replaced and the game continued, until Stanford regretfully announced he had to return to work. Before the girls left, he drew Edna aside and asked her to take Evelyn to the dentist, as discoloration on a front tooth was the only thing marring her otherwise perfect beauty. Edna did go to the dentist, but Evelyn only sat in the waiting room. On the ride home, Edna's mood had gone from sour to downright sullen, which, like many aspects of the day, Evelyn could not make sense of. When she recounted the day's events to her mother, both were perplexed by the dentistry remark and the swing, but decided they were simply too provincial to understand the ways of high society New Yorkers. Evelyn didn't expect to see any more of Stanford White, until a few days later when he sent Mrs. Nesbit a letter, requesting that she come to see him at 160th Fifth Avenue. Always concerned with propriety, it took a phone call from Stanford assuring her it was his office and not his home for Mrs. Nesbit to accept the invitation. When she returned, she could talk of nothing else but Mr. White's incredible generosity. Before the luncheon, Evelyn had never heard of Stanford White, but she learned he was one of the country's foremost architects, 1/3 of McKim, Mead and White, the city's most successful architectural firm, and his greatest triumph, the second iteration of Madison Square Garden, was quite possibly the most famous building in New York at the time. Mrs. Nesbit had been overwhelmed by the large and bustling offices of McKim, Mead and White, and by Stanford's intense interest in her daughter. He explained that he had seen Evelyn perform in Florodora on a few occasions, and realised up close that the only thing stopping her beauty from being complete was the slight discoloration on her tooth. He told Mrs. Nesbit he had paid for the dentistry of a number of other girls in Florodora, and wanted to do the same for Evelyn, who he had taken a particular paternal liking to. All it had taken was the mention of the other girls for Mrs. Nesbit to no longer consider White's passion for dentistry strange. She was easily convinced of practically anything as long as other people were doing it, and based on that one short interview, believed Stanford to be a saintly benefactor sent from the heavens to help the Nesbit family. Nevertheless, the rudimentary dentistry available at the time dissuaded Evelyn from being too quick to take up Stanford's offer. The next time she saw him, it was at another luncheon she had been invited to by actress Elsie Ferguson. A pattern followed where Stanford never invited Evelyn personally, but always used a go-between in the form of an older girl. He paid for Evelyn to have her tooth fixed, and promised her that now that she was a perfect beauty, he would use his considerable sway in the art and theatre world to advance her career. Edna Goodrich, meanwhile, grew increasingly icy towards Evelyn, and for reasons the young girl could not comprehend, both Edna and Nell stopped speaking to her entirely. Another person who disapproved of Evelyn's friendship with Stanford was James Garland. Mrs. Nesbit and Evelyn were still sailing on the Hudson in his yacht every Sunday, and when Evelyn mentioned Stanford, James Garland was incensed. He declared he was divorcing his wife with the intention to marry Evelyn, but could not if she continued to associate with Stanford White. Evelyn had believed Garland's romantic interest was in her mother, who was a beautiful woman and only in her late 30s. Evelyn was aghast and silently thought she would sooner marry Santa Claus than Garland. When she asked what was so bad about Stanford White, Garland replied that White was a voluptuary. Evelyn didn't know what the word meant, but she did know that she preferred Stanford's company to the ancient Garlands. The yacht trips ended, and Evelyn was eventually implicated in Garland's divorce. Increasingly, Stanford became Evelyn's closest friend. She found his conversations significantly more interesting than that of her chorus girl friends, and he made her laugh until her ribs hurt. Stanford was both an architect and interior designer for the wealthy, and Evelyn was fascinated by his stories of travelling abroad to acquire rare and beautiful furnishings and decor. While food was still sparse at home, with Stanford, Evelyn was always ensured a sumptuous meal. His attitude towards her was distinctly paternal, only ever permitting her one glass of alcohol, and after learning how much she loved toys, buying her something new from the FAO Schwartz store beneath his apartment every time she came to see him. Stanford gave Evelyn lots of sweets, on one occasion presenting her with a brand of chocolates that she had modelled for. Stanford allowed Evelyn to act her age without patronising her, and simultaneously cultivated her mature love of art, music, and literature. Soon he was paying for the Nesbits to live at the Audubon Hotel across the street from the Casino Theatre, and for Evelyn to start music lessons for the first time since her father died. Just as she had practiced the piano for her father, Evelyn learned pieces by Stanford's favourite composer Beethoven so she could play for him. Evelyn described her newfound father figure as thoughtful, sweet, and kind, and as he had a wife and son whom he regularly spoke of with affection, he was deemed by both Evelyn and her mother as completely safe. He sent flowers every day, and despite his hectic schedule, Stanford visited the Nesbits' apartment almost daily, bringing works of classic literature for Evelyn. He was deeply pleased by her interest in Shakespeare, as his father had been a scholar of the great playwright. When Stanford could not visit himself, he sent his secretary, Charles Hartnett, who managed the $25 weekly allowance the architect had given Evelyn, which translates to around $1,000 in today's worth. Stanford was also one of Mrs. Nesbit's only friends in the city. Evelyn regularly returned home to find the two of them engrossed in conversation, usually about Stanford's concern for Evelyn or Mrs. Nesbit's many woes. Poor Howard was frequently sent to relatives in the country because the city was bad for his health, so Stanford paid for the boy to attend Chester Academy in Pennsylvania, and gave him an expensive Persian rug for his room. One day, a red cape, feather boa, and hat arrived for Evelyn, with a note telling her to wear them to a party White was throwing, and once again Mrs. Nesbit made a dress for the occasion, although this time the skirts were full length. After leaving the theatre, Evelyn found White waiting for her in a carriage, and when she asked him where they were going, he replied, "To my garden." The second Madison Square Garden was Stanford White's crowning achievement. Built in 1890, the costs were estimated at around $3 million, which translates to over $100 million today. The syndicate that owned the garden included J.P. Morgan, P.T. Barnum, Andrew Carnegie, and William Waldorf Astor, who was funding the construction of the Waldorf Hotel that same year. With such wealthy backers, Stanford could realise his grandest architectural ambitions, and the result was a masterpiece that combined the popular Beaux-Arts style with Moorish design elements on an enormous scale. The concert hall alone could seat 1,500 people, and the indoor theatre had a capacity of 1,200. The main hall was the largest in the world, seating 8,000, while leaving standing room for thousands more. The 32-storey tower made the garden the second tallest building in New York, and was heavily inspired by the tower of the Cathedral of Seville. It had not originally been part of the plans for the garden, as the syndicate, thinking of the cost, saw no reason for a tower. Stanford would not rest until he was allowed to build the tower. He badgered each director of the project endlessly, and told journalists that whatever they wrote about Madison Square Garden, they must say it needed a tower. Finally, David King, the contractor, gave Stanford half the money for the tower, saying he needed to shut him up somehow. Annoying people into compliance was a skill Stanford had mastered. Many of his wealthy clients far exceeded their budgets to end his pestering. The garden hosted all kinds of events, from political rallies to boxing matches, light operas to dog shows. It was the most popular venue in New York, and the most controversial. Surveying the city from atop the tower stood Diana, virgin goddess of the hunt. Stanford had convinced his close friend, sculptor Augustus St. Gaudens, to create the statue free of charge, and White only paid for the materials. The statue was one of the only entirely nude sculptures displayed so prominently in the city, and instantly attracted both negative and positive attention. Diana was considered by many to be an artistic triumph, with numerous articles and even poems praising the statue. It was reported that people bumped into each other when they passed the garden, as they were too preoccupied with staring at the statue to look where they were going. Some argued Diana had turned the previously family atmosphere of Madison Square Park into a seedy one, where men with binoculars crowded to stare at the statue for hours. Finally, the Women's Christian Temperance Union complained to Anthony Comstock, the founder of the New York League for the Suppression of Vice. The League aimed to reform the city from its moral decay, a task almost as impossible then as it would be now. As a soldier during the Civil War, Comstock had complained of his fellow soldiers' profanity, and while working as a special agent for the US Postal Service, he had the Comstock Laws passed, which prohibited illicit material and contraception from being sent by post, among other things. Comstock burned books, magazines, and pamphlets he did not agree with or deemed illicit, and attacked art academies and galleries whose work violated his sense of morality. Augustus St. Gaudens had made himself an enemy of Comstock when he publicly opposed Comstock's raid on a gallery to seize photographs of French paintings, some of which were nude. The term Comstockery was coined by a newspaper and became a popular way of describing prudish censorship. In his 1887 book Morals versus Art, Comstock railed against nude art as a corrupting force in society, and when Diana of the Tower was erected 3 years later, Stanford White became public enemy number one. Comstock's calls for the statue to be covered or taken down largely fell on deaf ears, and he was even mocked on the cover of the popular Collier's magazine. Diana was briefly covered, not only to appease Comstock, but to increase the chance of her catching the wind. However, the covering soon blew away. Diana was intended to move as a weather vane, but the original statue, standing 18 foot and weighing 1,800 pounds, proved too large and was taken down after 11 months. She was sent to the 1893 Chicago World's Fair, where she topped the agricultural building. When the fair ended, a fire destroyed most of its buildings and damaged Diana's lower half. Her upper half was later erected in front of Chicago's Arts Institute, but she was later discarded and probably destroyed. Stanford commissioned St. Gaudens to create a smaller Diana, and after sculpting numerous test statues, a more graceful 14-foot statue was completed. Made of hollowed copper that shined brilliantly in the sunlight, the second Diana was significantly lighter and was hoisted into place on November 18, 1893. Her golden figure could be seen from miles away, and perhaps for petty reasons after Comstock's criticism, Stanford made sure Diana could be seen at night too. She became the first statue in the world to be lit up by electricity. While the novel Ragtime popularised the belief that Evelyn was the model for Diana, she was only a child when it was created. Diana was actually modelled by Julia Baird for the body and St. Gaudens' mistress Davida Clark for the face. As she and Stanford approached Madison Square Garden, all Evelyn could think about was the famous parties White threw in his rooms on the top floor of the tower. The interior of the tower was designed in a U-shape around an elevator, and as most of the floors were offices, the building was empty at night, allowing Stanford to maintain the privacy he so carefully guarded. White loathed appearing in the papers, and even sharing the elevator on the way to the top of the tower. Evelyn found his obsession with privacy mildly amusing at times, such as when he expressly told her not to mention to one girl his acquaintance with another. Evelyn believed this was simply another of White's many eccentricities. Stanford believed his tower rooms were among his greatest interior design work, and Evelyn was extremely impressed. A mirror ran the length of the back wall, while stained-glassed Tiffany sconces with dragonfly designs illuminated the room in a soft glow. The main pieces of furniture were a long green velvet couch and a grand piano covered by a gorgeous fabric and ornamented by Bacchante, a statue that was popular to reproduce at the time. There was, of course, a sumptuous buffet filled with sweets, cheese and pastries, as well as exotic bouquets placed around the room. In her red cape, Stanford said Evelyn looked like Little Red Riding Hood and wanted to have her photographed in it. He usually sent his favourite actresses and models to his photographer friends and ordered prints of the photos. He considered the old artists Evelyn posed for to be boring, and she would eventually model for almost all of his friends. That night, when Evelyn asked for a second glass of wine, White refused and said, "One is quite enough for a little girl, and I want you to be a nice little girl." To which Evelyn responded, "What do you think a nice little girl is?" Stanford took her hand and told her that nice little girls didn't get drunk and went home to their mothers early. It was past midnight, so White abruptly decided to take Evelyn home and was quieter than usual on the ride back. Mrs. Nesbit had to be woken up to let Evelyn in, and was no longer concerned with how late her daughter stayed out, as long as she was with Mr. White. Evelyn must have noticed that Stanford showed more interest and concern for her than her own mother, and although Mrs. Nesbit considered the architect one of her few friends, his real views on her were exposed when he took Evelyn to pose for Gertrude Käsebier. Käsebier was one of the foremost female photographers of her time and a friend of Stanford's. He had brought other girls to her before, but this time Gertrude pulled him aside to admonish him for how young Evelyn looked. Stanford assured Gertrude that the situation was perfectly appropriate, and he was simply taking the impoverished girl under his wing to give her a cultural and artistic education. He said she had an awful stage mother who had sold her to the highest bidder, and he was only thinking of Evelyn's welfare. Käsebier was sceptical, but took Evelyn's photograph anyway, and the resulting portrait, titled Miss N, is one of the most captivating photos of Evelyn. Her unique mixture of youthful innocence and mature charm is never captured better. By November of 1901, Stanford was insistent that Mrs. Nesbit should make a short visit to Pittsburgh, telling her she shouldn't forget her old friends there. When Mrs. Nesbit expressed concern about leaving Evelyn alone in the city, Stanford replied, "I am here. She can hardly be alone when I am around to look after her." For weeks, Stanford kept bringing up Pittsburgh, and when Mrs. Nesbit finally agreed to go, White organised the trip and paid for her train ticket. Stanford and Evelyn saw Mrs. Nesbit off at the station, where she ordered Evelyn to only go to her sittings and the theatre, and above all, to obey Mr. White and socialise with no one else but him. A few days later, Stanford brought Evelyn to the studio of Rudolph Eichmeyer Jr., a popular society photographer. For an entire day, Evelyn posed in various costumes Stanford had chosen for her. He arranged chrysanthemums in her hair, transformed her into a Gainsborough girl with a blonde wig, and a Roman goddess with a laurel wreath. For each costume, Stanford offered to help Evelyn change, which she refused. Finally, when she was completely exhausted from hours of posing, Stanford gave Evelyn a gorgeous kimono, which she claimed to have brought back from Hong Kong just for her. She managed a few poses before falling asleep on a polar bear rug, allowing Eichmeyer to capture the photo that would become his most famous work, The Little Butterfly. The next day, Evelyn accompanied Stanford to his office, where he introduced her to one of his partners, Charles McKim. Stanford explained, "This little girl's mother has gone out of town and left her in my care," to which an aghast McKim could only reply, "My God." A day or two later, Evelyn received an invitation to a party at the West 24th Street apartment. It was the first time she had been to the apartment at night, and was thrilled at the thought of who she might meet. Evelyn was always introduced to famous and interesting people at White's parties, but when she arrived, she found the architect alone. Everyone else, he explained, had turned down the invitation. Evelyn slumped into a chair, dejected, but Stanford assured her they would have their own party. After all, the table was laid, and Evelyn was hungry. As usual, she enjoyed filling her plate with expensive food and listening to her host's fascinating stories. Later, she recalled feeling completely safe in White's company. As with all her visits, Evelyn received a new toy. This time it was a mechanical piggy bank. When Stanford left the room to take a phone call, Evelyn prepared to leave, but White convinced her to stay, saying he had more of the apartment to show her. For the first time, Stanford also allowed Evelyn more than one glass of champagne, and on her third glass, she was taken to a small room she had never seen before. The walls and ceiling were entirely lined with mirrors, while the floor was made of imitation glass. Evelyn sat down on the only piece of furniture, an immense green sofa, and Stanford gave her a fourth glass of champagne while she giggled at her own endless reflection. When they left the mirror room, Stanford drew aside a tapestry to reveal a door that led to a tiny bedroom decorated in deep purple chintz. The space was dominated by a four-poster canopy bed, of which the headboard, interior of the canopy and surrounding wall were also made of mirrors. Next to the bed stood a small table on which there was a bottle of champagne and a single glass. Around the canopy, Stanford had placed light bulbs which turned blue, pink or amber at the push of a button. Evelyn was drawn into the room by the warmth of the lit fireplace, and as she pushed the buttons, the novelty lights made everything appear like something out of a fairy tale. When they returned to the main room, Evelyn played piano until Stanford presented her with a sumptuous yellow kimono, embroidered with a purple wisteria pattern. Stanford then led Evelyn back to the bedroom and poured the champagne into the single glass, and urged her to drink it all when she twisted her face at the bitter taste. Evelyn obeyed and immediately began to feel dizzy and nauseous. As he explained the details of the room, Stanford's voice seemed to drift further away, and the room began to spin. Finally, Evelyn fell unconscious. She awoke with no sense of how much time had passed, and caught sight of her own reflection floating in the canopy mirror above. While Stanford lay naked beside her, Evelyn wore only a short chemise. Without fully comprehending what had happened, she began to sob. In her memoirs, Evelyn remembered being utterly confused, still a bit dizzy, and terribly embarrassed and afraid. Her panic only grew worse when she saw blood on her legs and the sheets. Stanford put on a robe and gave Evelyn the yellow kimono. He attempted to comfort her by sitting her on his lap, caressing her hair and kissing her. Using his pet name for Evelyn, Stanford said, "Don't cry, kittens, please don't. It's all over. Now you belong to me." A disassociated calm washed over Evelyn. She could not remember getting dressed or leaving the apartment, but she knew by the time Stanford drove her home she had composed herself. White promised to see her the next afternoon and left Evelyn sitting on a chair by the window of her bedroom. There she remained motionless for hours, mentally repeating the night's events and her whole relationship with Stanford White, trying to reconcile the safe father figure she had believed him to be with the man he really was. When nothing made sense, she ceased to think at all, and was aware only of the increasing pain in her stomach. Evelyn later recalled, "I felt nothing, neither repulsion nor hate. Stanford was a strange being to me. An aspect of life had been revealed in a flash and changed all my perspectives." Evelyn still hadn't slept when White returned the next day, letting himself in when Evelyn ignored his knock. He knelt down beside the same chair he had left her in and kissed the hem of her dress, asking why she would not look at or speak to him. Evelyn remained silent while Stanford began a meandering rant to excuse himself of any wrongdoing. Evelyn later wrote, "In that he did me the greatest wrong of all, for to excuse himself he blackened all humanity to one drab and sordid hue." Stanford said he couldn't help himself. Evelyn was the prettiest girl he had ever seen, and she was so young and thin. He said that only very young girls were nice, and the thinner they were, the prettier they were. Stanford told Evelyn that everybody was bad, everybody was evil. Evil was the basis of life. She recalled, he mentioned names easily, society people, stage people, every rank and class of society. They were all steeped in evil. Evelyn listened as White told her that he was no worse than other men, even a little better, and illustrated his point with numerous stories of others who had done worse than him. Finally, Evelyn asked if the Florodora Sextet did these things, and Stanford burst into laughter at her naivety. He proceeded to tell Evelyn how girls she knew had come to ruin by talking about their experiences, impressing upon her the necessity to tell no one, especially not one's mother. So he went on, sometimes pleading, sometimes covertly menacing, Evelyn said, and I listened, dazed and bewildered. Stanford finished by stating firmly, "Don't talk, Evelyn. Tell nobody and nobody will know." Although Evelyn never fully believed everyone was evil, she said she accepted Stanford's view of life with a dull sense of helplessness. To her critics who claimed that having worked as a model and actress, Evelyn couldn't have been so innocent, she replied that, "There is an innocence which finds for evident evil an innocent explanation." Coming from a middle-class background with a decidedly Victorian mother, it is not only possible but probable that Evelyn had never been told explicitly about the facts of life. Well into the 20th century, intimacy remained a taboo topic that respectable girls would only learn about once married, and if their mothers made some attempt to educate them beforehand, it would likely be phrased in vague and flowery terms. Despite the fact that, as Evelyn would come to learn, Stanford had quite the reputation for his friendships with young actresses, she recalled with some resentment that nobody had warned her. Actually, one person had, but James Garland was even older than Stanford and had also been attracted to Evelyn. In 1914, Evelyn was ahead of her time when she wrote, "Men and women too, for that matter, are prone to excuse viciousness that wears a pleasant guise, and it requires greater courage to go up against popularity than it does to lead an army." The story of Evelyn Nesbit is virtually identical to that of many other girls throughout history, and especially among her peers on the stage. If it had not been for Evelyn's involvement in the crime of the century, she would have faded into obscurity, as so many others had. Instead, fate decreed she would become a representative for her kind. Impoverished, practically orphaned young girls, with no guidance but ample responsibility to provide for themselves and their families any way they could. This darker side to the theatre and artist's studio was explored at length during Evelyn's involvement in the trials following Stanford's murder. While she loathed journalists turning her life into a cautionary tale, Evelyn recognised that there was a pattern, not only in the lives of actresses, but among Stanford White's conquests. They were always beautiful, underage, impoverished and desperate, not only for money and food, but for the validation they were often bereft of due to the absence or death of their father. Evelyn kept her promise and told her mother nothing. She continued to see Stanford White almost every day, now as his mistress, and although he had destroyed her former innocence, Evelyn retained her indefatigable optimism and refused to dwell on even the very recent past. When White told her he loved her, she believed him wholeheartedly, and she believed she loved him too. What choice did she have? If Evelyn refused to see Stanford after her mother's return, she would have to explain the reason to Mrs. Nesbit, who saw White as the family's guardian angel and Evelyn's substitute father. Evelyn didn't know what her mother might do if told the truth, but the 16-year-old could guess it would involve the end of her career and her life being uprooted. Aside from the public shame, Evelyn would once again have only herself to rely on. Stanford paid the Nesbits' bills and financed Howard's education, as well as giving Evelyn an allowance of $25 a week, the equivalent to around $1,000 today. Most of her work now came from him, and he had promised to further advance her career. Even if only subconsciously, did Evelyn consider that her mother might force her to continue to see Stanford despite what he had done? Worst of all, was Mrs. Nesbit truly naive when she departed for Pittsburgh? In 1914, Evelyn wrote, "My mother went out of town. I was alone in New York, under the guardianship of Stanford White. I was utterly and entirely at his mercy. He dominated me by his kindness and by his authority. He abused the sacred trust that had been put into his hands. Nothing else matters. Evelyn found it too painful to dwell on that fateful night, and even more unbearable to think of Stanford's fatherly behaviour prior to it, and so she disassociated from her memories and focused on the present. Born in New York in 1853, Stanford White had grown up surrounded by culture and art. His father, Richard Grant White, was a writer, music critic, and Shakespearean scholar among many other things. Although perpetually in debt, the world he inhabited was socially rich, and like his son, he was surrounded by some of the most interesting people the city had to offer. Stanford grew up to resemble his father in both looks and personality. Both men were red-headed and stood at a towering 6'3". Both were artistically talented and obsessed by female beauty, and both thought a woman was most attractive when she was submissive and vulnerable. Stanford originally wanted to be a painter, but when he asked other artists for advice, he was told it was almost impossible to make a living as an artist, and as many of his subjects were buildings, he was advised to try architecture. The most respected architectural school at the time was the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, but as Stanford's parents could not afford to send him there, at 16 he became an apprentice to Henry Hobson Richardson, one of the first American architects to have studied at the École des Beaux-Arts. Charles McKim, Stanford's future partner, and Augustus St. Gaudens were also working for Richardson. Stanford, McKim, and St. Gaudens all worked on Richardson's most acclaimed building, the Trinity Church in Boston, which was completed in 1877. The same year, McKim founded the architectural firm of McKim, Mead and Bigelow in New York with William Rutherford Mead and McKim's brother-in-law William Bigelow. In the summer of 1878, Stanford went to Europe for the first time, when he and McKim travelled to Paris to meet up with St. Gaudens, who was living there. The three then travelled throughout France, which provided Stanford with much inspiration. He was overawed by European art and architecture, and by the time he returned to New York in late 1879, Bigelow had left McKim, Mead and Bigelow, and so the firm became McKim, Mead and White. By the early 1880s, business was booming for the firm, and Stanford White was becoming increasingly famous and celebrated. His friends and colleagues also noted a change in his personality during this time. Although he would always possess a charming, exuberant, and larger-than-life personality, some noted a new edge to his character. A harder, more arrogant side of him was beginning to emerge. In 1884, at the age of 30, Stanford married the 21-year-old Bessie Springs Smith, who had been introduced to him by McKim. Although Bessie and Stanford had shared interests, Bessie was significantly more introverted and preferred a quiet life in the country to her husband's hectic social life in New York. Bessie preferred being in the great outdoors, horseback riding or fishing, to playing the society hostess, and would eventually spend most of her time at Box Hill, an estate in St. James, Long Island that served as Stanford's summer home. By the mid-1880s, Stanford was not just designing the homes of the ultra-wealthy, but teaching his clients how to furnish them too. Stanford would become one of the most respected tastemakers of his era. The Gilded Age elite looked to Europe as the pinnacle of artistry and culture, and believed themselves to be a kind of New World aristocracy, and they wanted homes that reflected those beliefs. Luckily for them and for Stanford, many of the actual aristocracy in Europe had fallen on hard times, and would sell their ceilings, window frames, fireplaces, and mosaics for low prices, not to mention the art, tapestries, and furnishings. Stanford sent ships full of priceless treasures back to New York, and once even bribed the police of an Italian village to ignore that he was having a fountain removed and carted off for a client in America. Stanford also designed the interiors of his clients' homes especially for the pieces he had selected, and then he would tell the oblivious client he had found the perfect thing, which usually came with an expensive price tag. If you hired Stanford White, it was unlikely you'd be sticking to your original budget. On multiple occasions, however, Stanford designed public buildings for free. He was passionate about advancing the neoclassical movement and believed it was the only form of architecture to drag America into the modern age and make the country a competitor with Europe. Another of Stanford's philosophies was that the architect should live as well, if not better, than the client, and his Gramercy Park house certainly reflects that view. Looking at these interiors, stuffed to the brim with antiques, most likely brought from Europe, it's easy to see why Stanford was often deeply in debt. By his late 30s, his health had already begun to deteriorate, as he pushed himself to the limit with a frenzied pace of work. Taking on as many as 60 projects at a time, Stanford once went 5 days without sleeping and drank heavily. In late 1884, Stanford and Bessie had their first child, a son who was named Richard after Stanford's father. The following year, Stanford was devastated by the death of his father, which was followed only 4 months later by the death of his 7-month-old son. In 1887, the couple had another child, Lawrence, known as Larry. In her memoirs, Evelyn reflected on Stanford's initial paternal attitude towards her and surmised that he must have been a wonderful father. In fact, he was far more concerned with his work and social life than he was with Larry. Stanford had told Bessie that she would be responsible for their son until he was 18, at which point Stanford would take over. White even wrote to his son on one occasion, asking when Larry's birthday was. By the 1890s, Stanford's social life had become as hectic as his pace of work. He was the member of over 50 clubs, committees and organisations, as well as being the director of Madison Square Garden. Stanford attended numerous theatrical and musical performances, spent a great deal of time in various clubs and restaurants, while regularly hosting or helping organise parties and public events. He often pursued multiple young women at a time, spending extortionate amounts of money while in debt to ingratiate himself in their lives and seduce them. Stanford had always been self-conscious of his social position, and by the 1890s he was connected to most of New York's high society, as well as being prominent in artistic and theatrical circles. White had become a recognisable figure, but guarded his privacy intensely. He set up various studios and apartments where he could throw parties and conduct affairs, and he often lent these hideaways to friends. Stanford paid the gossip magazine Town Topics not to write about his private life, but at the same time he seemed to enjoy being shocking for the sake of it. After the controversy of the Diana statue, Stanford began to commission and collect nude paintings, and wrote to a friend that he would like to send his collection to be exhibited at the Metropolitan Museum, purely for the shock value. One incident in Stanford's private life did make its way into the papers, however: the infamous Pie Girl dinner of 1895. Stanford, with the help of his friends, Wall Street broker Henry Poor and photographer James Breese, organised a combination birthday and wedding anniversary party for polo player John Elliott Cowden. It was held on the 20th of May 1895 at Breese's studio, and Stanford wrote to his friend Charles Dana Gibson that hell is going to be let loose. Dana Gibson, the creator of The Gibson Girl, was one of the 30 men who attended the dinner. Others included both McKim, Mead and Augustus St. Gaudens, as well as recognisable names like scientist Nikolai Tesla, architect Whitney Warren, and even James Carroll Beckwith. During the 12-course dinner, 2 pretty girls, one blonde and one brunette, poured the corresponding colour of wine. For dessert, a huge pie was brought out, and the guests began to chant the Sing-a-Song of Sixpence rhyme. When the pie was cut, a 16-year-old girl dressed only in black gauze material emerged from the pie with a flurry of canaries. Although both the guests and staff were sworn to secrecy, word of this scandalous dinner soon reached the papers, and the girl was identified as Susie Johnson, an impoverished model who had disappeared shortly after the dinner. Reports claimed Susie's mother was looking for her in artists' studios all over the city. Over a decade later, during the Thaw trial, this story would resurface with claims that Susie had briefly married before her husband found out about her past and threw her out, after which she eventually took her own life. In 1908, reports surfaced that this actually wasn't true, and the real Susie had continued to work as a model and actress, but lay low during the Thaw trial. Evelyn heard about the Pie Girl dinner through backstage gossip, and when she asked Stanford about it, he admitted to his involvement and told her he had only managed to avoid a public scandal by begging the editor of a newspaper on his knees to suppress the story. By the time Stanford met Evelyn, his life could be described as out of control. Despite mounting debt and deteriorating health, he continued to spend money and energy he didn't have, and only increased his frenzied pace of life. It's not difficult to understand why Evelyn fell deeply in love with Stanford. After years of meagre meals and dingy rooms, his sumptuously decorated apartments, the constant supply of expensive food, and the financial security he provided were like stepping into another world. Most of us today have not experienced the hardships Evelyn suffered, nor have we been exposed to the level of beauty, culture, and excitement Stanford White surrounded himself with. At his parties in the tower of Madison Square Garden, Evelyn was introduced to countless celebrities. Artists, architects, opera singers, actors, and writers. Some of the most talented and famous people of her time. White continued to lavish Evelyn with gifts, although now the toys and sweets were replaced by more mature presents of perfume, jewellery, and clothes, as Stanford transformed Evelyn into his aesthetic ideal. A draftsman at the McKim, Mead & White office remembered Evelyn swanning through wearing expensive furs. It seems the firm's employees and Stanford's close friends often disliked Evelyn. While he had many affairs, the architect's relationship with Evelyn was his most intense, and was definitely a distraction from his work. Evelyn spent most of her free time with White, and often came to his office and stayed after hours. While he was an exacting employer and had a quick temper with the draftsman, his patience with Evelyn seemed endless. Her brother Howard probably came to the office on a few occasions too. He saw Stanford as a father figure, and there is evidence to suggest Howard had a relationship with Stanford's 26-year-old secretary, Charles Hartnett. Evelyn often stayed after all the other guests at the tower parties had left. She would fall asleep on the sofa while White sketched out building plans, or the two of them would take the elevator and then climb a spiral staircase to the very top of the tower. Evelyn would climb higher still and cling on to the foot of the Diana statue as she looked out over New York. Stanford and Evelyn often held hands and talked for hours until the sun came up, at which point she would be taken home to Mrs. Nesbit, who never found it suspicious that her teenage daughter stayed out all night with a man 32 years her senior. At times the age difference between them did not seem so large. Stanford shared Evelyn's love of costumes, and would dress up in a toga while she wore a laurel wreath on her head and held a bunch of grapes. Evelyn was small enough to be easily lifted onto White's shoulders, and they would march around his apartment, singing and laughing. As her birthday was also Christmas Day, when Stanford would be with his family, Evelyn celebrated her birthday 2 days early, and White transformed the tower room into a winter wonderland just for her, filled with orchids, lilies, and American Beauty roses, as well as holly bushes dusted with sugar to mimic snow. Stanford gave Evelyn a set of white fox furs, solitaire rings, and a pearl pendant. Evelyn would later claim this pearl cost $1,000, which is around $37,000 today. White's generosity continued in 1902. He paid for and personally decorated a new apartment for the Nesbits at the recently completed Wellington Hotel. Concealed lighting softly illuminated the Nesbits' new rooms. A piano and planters in the shape of swans decorated the forest green sitting room, while Evelyn's bedroom was decorated entirely in red and white. Her furniture was white, her walls were white satin, as were the canopy of her bed and the bedspread. White ostrich feathers protruded from the canopy, while a large polar bear rug lay on the deep red carpet. Evelyn had seen another example of Stanford's talent for interior design when she went with him to the house of one of his close friends, banker Henry Poor. Located on East 19th Street and Gramercy Park, Stanford had nothing to do with the exterior of the building, but had brilliantly designed the interiors. One of the fireplaces came from a Norman castle, and Evelyn was amazed by a large painting of a nude woman set into the wall. Evelyn was at the house to pose for Rudolph Eichmeyer Jr., and it was there the famous photos of her on the tiger and bearskin rugs were taken. Exhausted from posing, she went into a bedroom and stripped naked to warm herself by the fire. Suddenly, an elderly man walked in, but hastily left with an embarrassed "I beg your pardon." Evelyn quickly dressed before Stanford burst in, demanding to know if anyone had come into the room. It turned out the man had been Henry Poor, the owner of the house. Just as Stanford let his friends use the Tower apartment and the West 24th Street studio, he had access to the homes of some of his friends, but had not wanted Henry Poor to see Evelyn. Although she met many of Stanford's friends, the architect was eager to keep his relationship with Evelyn as private as possible. She lamented that they could never go to restaurants or even be seen in public together. Evelyn fantasized that Stanford might divorce his wife and marry her, but his weekends were still taken up with the family he remained frustratingly devoted to. Worst of all, Evelyn discovered she was far from being the only girl who had caught White's eye. He kept a little black book with the names and birthdays of numerous girls. One day Evelyn threw it in the trash, but Stanford simply laughed and retrieved it, claiming he only sent flowers to these girls on their birthdays. Decades later, Evelyn would sentimentally write that she believed him, but her teenage self was nevertheless engulfed by jealousy. As 1902 wore on and Stanford's passion for Evelyn waned, he organised numerous entertainments to keep her occupied. Holidays in Long Island, picnics in Central Park, and trips to Coney Island, always with other actresses and models, who one has to assume were also receiving Stanford's romantic attention. Evelyn enjoyed these days out, and never revealed her jealousy to Stanford, but she must have realised her social life was almost entirely comprised of her competition. After Florodora ended in early 1902, Evelyn was promoted from chorus girl to proper actress for a musical called The Wild Rose. The producer, George Lederer, was extremely taken with Evelyn. She claimed he had proposed to her and named the musical after her, as her beauty reminded him of a rose. It is likely Stanford helped Evelyn get the part, and he probably had something to do with the immense amount of publicity she was receiving at the time. Evelyn was far from a prominent actress, and yet numerous articles praised her beauty, spreads of her photos were published in magazines, and each career decision was deemed newsworthy. This, as well as the attention she received from men in the audience, caused Evelyn to once again be unpopular with her female castmates. The attitude of the Florodora cast towards Evelyn had changed dramatically when Stanford started sending flowers and cabs to pick her up each night. Instead of seeing her as the youngest member of the cast and practically a child, Evelyn was now viewed as a serious rival. Edna Goodrich, who had also believed Stanford was going to marry her, stopped speaking to Evelyn entirely, and Edna's mother Nell even threatened to beat Evelyn up. This resulted in Stanford ceasing all contact with both Edna and Nell, and for a time they struggled to find work on Broadway. In The Wild Rose, Evelyn played only a small role, and yet she received more letters, gifts, and publicity than the lead actresses. No man except Stanford had ever interested Evelyn, but in order to make the architect jealous, she began to accept invitations from stage door Johnnies. Bobby Collier, the son of the founder of the popular Collier's magazine, was one of these men. He would become a close friend of Evelyn's for many years, and when he first met her, he recognised she had a talent for drawing and offered to finance her artistic education in Paris. Bobby could not understand why she refused. Evelyn also went out with famous polo player Monty Waterbury, and received declarations of love from numerous rich young men, but turned them all down in favour of the increasingly distant Stanford White. Evelyn had believed she was special, but like all the others, White's romantic interest in her faded as her 18th birthday approached, and although he remained a generous friend, Evelyn was not ready to let her first love end. Stanford had attended around 40 performances of Florodora, but unbeknownst to both he and Evelyn, White was not the only one watching the young girl from afar. Each night for almost a month, a man who identified himself in letters as Mr. Monroe saw Florodora and often sent large bouquets of flowers backstage. On a few occasions he even sent money with the flowers, but Evelyn returned it. Monroe sent an endless stream of letters, which stood out from the rest Evelyn received, as, like her, Monroe spoke of his love of literature and animals, and wrote in a refined style. When Evelyn turned him down, his reply praised her for not going out with strange men. Shortly afterwards, Evelyn was repeatedly invited to tea at Rector's by another chorus girl. Evelyn thought the invitation strange, but was eventually pestered into accepting. Only once at the restaurant did she discover this had been a ploy of Mr. Monroe's to meet her. He kept the girls waiting for around half an hour, and as Evelyn stood up to leave, Mr. Monroe suddenly appeared. He astounded Evelyn by dropping to the floor and kissing the hem of her dress. Horrified, Evelyn pulled her skirt away from him, and he rose with a manic glare in his eye. "Do you know you are the prettiest girl in New York?" he said. When Evelyn replied that she knew many girls she thought better looking than herself, Monroe said, "Then you're a fool." His height at 6'2" contrasted with his youthful face, which reminded Evelyn of the Coney Island steeplechase face, made for an unsettling sight. His appearance, coupled with the wild look in his eyes, manic gesticulations as he talked, and his way of rapidly barking out each sentence, unnerved Evelyn. At one point, Monroe called one of Evelyn's actress friends fat, and, like Stanford White, said a woman should never let her figure go. When Evelyn defended her friend, Monroe seemed surprised to be questioned. Then he asked why Evelyn's mother allowed her to associate with that beast. When an astounded Evelyn replied, "What on earth are you talking about?" Monroe said he was referring to Stanford White, and told Evelyn to stay away from the architect. By this point, Evelyn was deeply repulsed and a little terrified. Monroe asked for her address, and when she refused to give it to him, they parted ways, with Evelyn still none the wiser as to Mr. Monroe's true identity. His real name was Harry K. Thaw, son of a railroad tycoon and heir to around $40 million, which would be around $1.5 billion in today's money. He was around 30 when he met the 17-year-old Evelyn. Harry already knew her address through his network of spies. The day after their initial meeting, Harry went to the Nesbit's hotel while Evelyn was out and begged Mrs. Nesbit to help him win her daughter over. For once, Mrs. Nesbit decided to protect her daughter from the interests of a wealthy older man, and refused. She did not, however, mention the visit to Evelyn. Despite his pious mother's attempts to keep her son's antics out of the papers, Harry was notorious not only in his native city of Pittsburgh, but in New York and abroad too. The term playboy may have been coined, at least in its modern usage, after him. As well as reading about his unhinged exploits in the papers, Mrs. Nesbit had been turned away from the Thaw's door, despite their reputation for philanthropy, only a few years prior, an insult she had not forgotten. Not long after his visit to her mother, Evelyn was invited to dinner by a friend, and once again realised too late it was another of Harry's ploys to see her. Evelyn was still unaware of his identity, until at one point in the evening, Harry theatrically declared, "I am not Mr. Monroe, I am Harry K. Thaw of Pittsburgh." Evelyn would learn that this was Harry's usual way of introducing himself, and said that retrospectively she never knew him better than that moment, where his earnest egotism was on full display. Equal parts irritated and amused, all Evelyn could reply was, "Indeed." Harry explained he had needed to meet her under another name, as being from Pittsburgh, how could she help but be overawed by the name Thaw? This is even more humorously narcissistic when you consider that while wealthy, the Thaws were not particularly prominent in Pittsburgh society, and aside from Harry's infamy, were hardly known elsewhere. Evelyn couldn't help but find Harry entertaining, and while he still unsettled her, there was a gentler side to his personality which she found endearing. Evelyn described him as being almost feminine at times, and believed his concern for her was more genuine than her mother and Stanford's. Possibly to spite White and Mrs. Nesbit, Evelyn kept on seeing Harry and thought of him as a good friend. Harry warned Evelyn about Stanford, and Stanford warned Evelyn about Harry. Evelyn tried her best to speak well of each man to the other, and to make sense of their bizarre, largely one-sided rivalry. While Harry considered Stanford his nemesis, White thought Harry was an idiot of little importance, and referred to him as the Pittsburgh Pug. Harry had been refused membership or quickly been thrown out of every important club in New York. Stanford was a member of numerous clubs, and had designed many of their buildings, leading Thaw to see a pattern in his social downfall. Harry had been expelled from one club after he rode a horse into the building as a prank, but he never considered it was his own behaviour and reputation that excluded him from high society, and instead blamed White. Harry had been irrational and wild since early childhood. Madness ran in his mother's family, and he had suffered from a long list of illnesses as a child. His elderly and emotionally distant father was the only person who attempted to discipline him. He could do no wrong in the eyes of his overbearingly devoted mother. He terrorised nannies and teachers, and amused himself by throwing things at servants. Even his siblings largely stayed away from him. When Harry's father died, while he was still a teenager, the will gave him a monthly allowance of $2,500, roughly $80,000 in today's money. This amount was meant to limit Harry, but his mother immediately increased it to $80,000 a month, which is worth around $2 million today. The average American salary was about $450 a year at the time. Harry went to Harvard, where he admitted he had only studied poker, and was soon expelled for bad behaviour. By the time he met Evelyn, he had travelled widely, and become fodder for the press everywhere he went. In Paris he had made the news for a $50,000 party he threw, where all the celebrated French beauties were invited and given $1,000 worth of their favourite jewels on their dinner plates. He also hired John Philip Sousa and his orchestra for the party. While Evelyn was impressed with such extravagance, she immediately saw off-putting aspects to Harry's personality, such as his habit of laughing at other people's misfortunes. He rose to anger quickly, was perpetually bored, constantly twitched his face and limbs, and had a habit of speaking in baby talk. Stanford came to the opening night of the Wild Rose in Philadelphia, and threw a party at the Walton Hotel to celebrate. Evelyn was informed that the boys from her brother's school, Chester Military Academy, wanted to see her, and when she went into the room where the hundreds of boys were waiting, they saluted her. In Evelyn's words, "They paraded me to a chair as though I were a queen ascending her throne, and then they all sat on the floor around me, laughing, singing and cheering." Evelyn was deeply touched, and on opening night the boys all attended and showered her with flowers. When the show began its New York run, it was a hit, although not nearly as popular as Florodora had been. That summer, Cornelius Vanderbilt paid for the Wild Rose Company to perform at his Newport mansion. The entire set was shipped there and assembled on the mansion's grounds. In the high society audience, Evelyn recognised many familiar faces from Stanford's circle. One day, Stanford invited Evelyn to lunch in the tower and introduced her to the extremely handsome John Barrymore, then known as Jack. He was the son of famous actor Maurice Barrymore, and his sister Ethel was known as the First Lady of the American Theatre. Ethel was a friend of Stanford's, and he likely hoped for more than friendship with her, but as Ethel was talented enough to further her own career, and in no need of money or a father figure, friends they remained. In an effort to please Ethel, Stanford had befriended Jack, who at the time was avoiding following his family onto the stage, instead working for the Evening Journal as a cartoonist. When Stanford stepped out of the room, Jack asked for Evelyn's number and wrote it on the cuff of his sleeve, which she thought was incredibly romantic. That night he sent her violets and a note with his drawings on it. In 1934, Evelyn wrote of Barrymore, "The girls think he's good-looking today. They should have seen him when he was about 22. What a pity we had no cinema in those days." Jack had seen the Wild Rose multiple times and had a crush on Evelyn. The pair continued to see each other at Stanford's parties, and when White went to Canada for his annual fishing trip, Jack came to the stage door every night and took Evelyn to Rector's for dinner. What may have started as an attempt to make Stanford jealous soon turned into a genuine romance for Evelyn. In flowery terms, gossip columns reported how in love the pair looked, which Evelyn's friends teased her endlessly for. One night, Jack ordered a glass of milk at a restaurant and put 2 rose petals on the surface, declaring to Evelyn, "Those are your lips." For the first time, the teenager was experiencing light-hearted young love with someone close to her own age, and who she could be seen with in public. She still received flowers from Stanford, and he continued to pay the Nesbits' bills, but even when he returned from his fishing trip and was informed of Evelyn's new romance, he did nothing to try and stop it. Mrs. Nesbit, however, was furious when she finally learned about the relationship and ordered Evelyn to break it off, to which she replied, "If Jack wants to see me, marry me even, then I want to be with him." While dining with Evelyn at the Algonquin Hotel, the perpetually broke Jack was asked about his rising tab, and jumped to his feet, declaring dramatically, "By God, we'll go to a restaurant that doesn't insult its guests." As Jack was also living at the Algonquin Hotel, the couple spent the rest of the night trying to find a new place for him to stay, to no avail, and Jack was forced to return to the Algonquin and pay his bill. The romance continued for months, and Mrs. Nesbit began to visit Stanford at his office, pestering him to stop the relationship for fear the young couple would elope. Stanford was probably relieved that Evelyn had moved on, and he was therefore less likely to be exposed for his illegal relationship with her. He certainly wasn't going to risk her fury by breaking up her new romance. One night the couple stayed out late drinking, and Evelyn felt too drunk to go home and face her mother. The couple decided to sober up for a few hours at Jack's dingy apartment. He had lost his job as a cartoonist because he was terrible at it, and was in an even worse financial situation. The pair accidentally fell asleep until nearly midday the next day, and when Evelyn awoke and saw the time, she said she was in a state bordering on terror and exclaimed, "We're in for it now." Sure enough, when Barrymore took her home, the couple were confronted by Mrs. Nesbit, who was shaking with rage, and a silent and stony-faced Stanford. Mrs. Nesbit went into a tirade against Evelyn until both of them were sobbing. In a paternal tone, Stanford asked Jack what his intentions were with Evelyn, to which Barrymore replied he wanted to marry her. Incredulously, Stanford asked what they planned to live on, and Jack declared, "We'll live on love," which sent Mrs. Nesbit into further hysteria. The couple's explanations of their night out fell on deaf ears, and finally Stanford assured Mrs. Nesbit everything would be fine, and dragged Evelyn off to see his doctor. Evelyn was interrogated about the previous night for hours, until the doctor locked her in a room and refused her food or water when she remained silent. She banged on the door and screamed to be let out, or at least given something to eat, until the doctor returned demanding to know the truth. Evelyn replied, "You had better send for Mr. White. If there's to be any talking, let him do it." When Stanford arrived, he told Evelyn he was having a hard time convincing her mother not to make a scandal by trying to punish Barrymore publicly. Then Stanford told Evelyn she was the only girl in the world who could point the finger at him. Despite it being blatantly untrue, this line, which White would repeat on another occasion, was the closest thing to an apology Evelyn ever received from him for having taken advantage of her. Or at least, an apology of sorts was how she saw it, and years later she would say how it showed Stanford was a man of conscience. In her 1914 memoirs, Evelyn writes in harsh terms of White's behaviour towards her and his circle of like-minded friends. but in her 1934 memoirs, she looked back sentimentally on the relationship and excused Stanford completely, agreeing with his own claim that he simply couldn't help himself when it came to her. The teenage Evelyn once again found her emotions painfully confused. She didn't want to lose Jack, her only healthy and normal relationship, but she was still deeply attached to Stanford, who thought she was lying about the previous night's events. White took Evelyn to Madison Square Garden and summoned Barrymore as well. There he lectured the couple until Jack suddenly asked Evelyn to marry him. Evelyn had never explained to him the nature of her relationship with Stanford, and felt she could never marry a man who didn't know her entire past. On top of that, her night in Barrymore's small and cold apartment might have dissuaded her from the idea of living on love. Stanford drew Evelyn aside and promised her she could still be a successful actress. He said the entire Barrymore family were crazy, and many people believed Jack would follow in his father's footsteps and be in an asylum before long. This insult was particularly cruel, as the year prior Jack had been forced to take his father to an asylum after Maurice Barrymore had ranted erratically during a stage performance. Finally, Evelyn told Jack she couldn't marry him. Barrymore always maintained Evelyn was his first love, and the only girl that ever said no to him. Stanford had manipulated Evelyn once again. Far from helping her advance her acting career, within days she was informed that her mother and White had decided to send her to school. She would attend the Henry C. DeMille Preparatory School for Girls in Pompton Lakes, New Jersey, which was run by the parents of famous director Cecil B. DeMille. Although Evelyn would later write that she was overjoyed at the prospect of resuming her education, at the time she felt betrayed that Stanford had joined forces with her mother and thought of school as a punishment, akin to being sent off to a nunnery. Her greatest ambition was no longer to attend Vassar College, but to be a successful actress. Although she had given up hope that Stanford would marry her, she still wanted to be part of his life and be near her friends. It was Harry Thaw who managed to cheer Evelyn up about school. He said the stage was no place for a young girl, after all she was only 17. He then proposed to her, but she turned him down. By that time, Evelyn had learned that Harry was obsessed with virginity and feminine purity. Evelyn knew he thought of her as virtuous and innocent, and she did not want to shatter his illusion, nor did she wish to marry at all. They continued writing to each other while Evelyn was at school, and a crestfallen Harry was drinking away his sorrows in the south of France. After The Wild Rose ended, Evelyn had joined a less successful production called Tommy Rot. The most press coverage it received was the announcement that Evelyn was leaving to go to school. By this time she had become a recognizable name and face in New York. Gossip columns reported on her regularly, although they never caught wind of her relationship with Stanford. Evelyn becoming a schoolgirl was newsworthy, with more spreads of her photos being published, and once she reached the school, an early form of paparazzi awaited her in the bushes, hoping to photograph her between classes. Jack left Evelyn notes on the school grounds but was ignored, and although Evelyn wrote to and even visited Stanford, at long last school provided Evelyn with the chance to regain her lost girlhood. The school was a large yellow house on a hill and had only around 20 pupils, but the girls received a good education. Evelyn enjoyed studying a variety of subjects, including music, literature, philosophy, and even psychology. Stanford had made sure the other girls didn't know about Evelyn's career, but her classmates soon saw her in a magazine and were thrilled to have a famous model who had performed on Broadway in their midst. Evelyn was idolized and adored by her sheltered classmates. She put on mock plays with her friends in the dormitories and pranked the teachers. Her roommate was a fellow lawyer's daughter, who Evelyn nicknamed Prunes, and the girls studied and took long walks together, chaperoned by Evelyn's favourite teacher, Mr. Forrest. Mr. Forrest helped Evelyn catch up on her studies as the teenager had not been in school regularly for nearly 7 years. Stanford sometimes visited, and on one occasion he offered Evelyn and her friends a ride in his car. It didn't take long for Stanford to say something that offended the girls so deeply, they insisted on getting out of the car and walking back to school. Once it was discovered Evelyn had been on the stage, some of the other girls' parents had demanded she be expelled as a bad influence, and now whatever White had said only added fuel to that fire. The school had yet to reach a decision when Evelyn collapsed during class in April of 1903, from abdominal pains she had been suffering from for months. When Mrs. Nesbit was informed, the first person she turned to was of course Stanford White, but he was out of town. Mrs. Nesbit was left with no choice but to accept the help of Harry Thaw, who had recently returned from Europe and was not ready to give up his campaign for Evelyn's hand in marriage. Harry sent the best surgeon he could find to Evelyn and rented a car for Mrs. Nesbit. The last thing Evelyn saw before falling under anaesthesia for appendicitis surgery was Harry kneeling beside her. The surgery was conducted in a classroom, and despite theories Evelyn was actually terminating a pregnancy, or even secretly giving birth to a child that was either Stanford's or Barrymore's, no evidence of either claim has been found. When the operation was deemed a success, Harry departed after discussing Evelyn's future with Mrs. Nesbit. When Evelyn awoke a day later, it was Stanford who was kneeling at her bedside, but having got to her first, Harry provided the most help during Evelyn's recovery. He sent the exhausted girl endless letters, even proposing to her in one sent only days after her surgery. Evelyn again refused him, but Harry continued to send extravagant gifts. One of the nurses present at Evelyn's operation was given a diamond Tiffany brooch, and when Harry visited the school, he always brought extravagant bouquets of flowers. Harry still referred to Evelyn as Miss Nesbit, and behaved so well she began to doubt the stories she had heard of his fits of rage and cruelty. Harry blamed other people's jealousy of his fortune for his terrible reputation, and while Evelyn believed him to an extent, her instincts made her wary. Still in serious danger of infection and barely able to move, Evelyn was moved to a sanatorium in New York. Harry had the chef at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel send her any dish she wanted, and Stanford had a telephone installed at her bedside. The two men, as well as many more friends and admirers, visited Evelyn, but Harry and Stanford always managed to avoid each other. Likely due to the opiate painkillers she was given after the operation, Evelyn's hair began to fall out, and she was forced to have it cut so it would grow back evenly. Harry promised to buy her expensive wigs until her hair grew back, and it was his English valet Bedford who cut Evelyn's hair while the devastated girl looked away. Harry had offered to arrange a European holiday for Evelyn only days after her surgery, and continued to bring the subject up to both she and Mrs. Nesbit until they agreed. Despite her fragile condition and her mother's reservations about Thaw, Evelyn was thrilled at the chance to see all the places Stanford had told her about. On the day of departure, Evelyn wore a blonde wig, and Stanford was there to see her and Mrs. Nesbit off. He gave Evelyn a letter of credit for $500, which would be around $17,000 in today's money, and both Evelyn and Mrs. Nesbit agreed not to tell Thaw about it. Before departing for Europe, Harry once again proposed to Evelyn unsuccessfully, and although he behaved extremely well for their first few weeks in London, he soon resumed his talk of marriage. Despite the exhausting itinerary Harry had set, Evelyn adored shopping and sightseeing. She and her mother stayed in a different hotel to Harry, who was feeling the strain of trying to behave normally. One day Harry left a pile of coins on a table in his hotel room, and hid after calling for a bellboy. When the boy took a few coins, Harry jumped out of hiding and dragged the terrified boy to the bathroom, where he made him take off his clothes before beating him with a riding crop. Evelyn had heard of the incident, but Harry convinced her it had been exaggerated. He had paid $5,000 to make the problem disappear, and not long afterwards, he and the Nesbits moved on to Paris, where he brought Evelyn to tears of frustration with another proposal of marriage. By this time, Mrs. Nesbit and Thaw were frequently at odds. In Paris, Harry offended her sense of propriety by renting an apartment instead of a hotel. The Nesbits lived at one end, while Harry and his valet Bedford stayed at the other. While her mother's worrying annoyed her, Evelyn adored Paris. In the Louvre, she got to see the paintings and sculptures Stanford had described to her, and enjoyed going for drives around the famous streets, attending the theatre and eating at expensive restaurants. Harry bought Evelyn all the fashionable clothes she could wish for, and took her to the races every Sunday. Evelyn met aristocracy, millionaires and celebrities, and because of her still youthful appearance, she was nicknamed the Baby. Harry became extremely jealous over the attention she received, even from other women. When men looked at Evelyn, Harry would try to fight them, but he would instantly retreat if they fought back. All it took was a waiter brushing crumbs off the table for Harry to violently pull the tablecloth, sending plates flying while blaming the waiter. Evelyn felt deeply sorry for Harry's long-suffering valet Bedford, who was at the receiving end of most of Thaw's rage. One day Bedford moved a bowl of fruit while dusting, which angered Harry so much he hurled a bar of soap at the unfortunate valet. Experienced in dodging Harry's attacks, Bedford ducked and the soap crashed into the wall, narrowly missing Mrs. Nesbit as she walked by. Only years later did Evelyn realise Harry had purposefully caused rifts between her and her mother in order to completely isolate Evelyn. Evelyn was enjoying herself so much she didn't mind looking past Thaw's erratic behaviour, although she was beginning to suspect he was seriously mentally disturbed. Harry would disappear for days without warning, and as Evelyn and her mother were glad to have a respite from his violent mood swings, they thought little of it. After an outburst, Harry would sometimes drop to his knees in front of Evelyn and beg for her forgiveness, speaking in baby talk. Harry continued to pester Evelyn about why she wouldn't marry him, even enlisting the help of some influential friends to pressure her. On one occasion, the status-obsessed Thaw said, "Don't you realise what marriage to me would mean? If the United States were a monarchy, I would be the Prince of Pittsburgh and the Duke of Allegheny." On another occasion, Evelyn and Harry were in a cafe and ran into a girl Evelyn had known in New York, who asked if she still heard from Stanford. Harry flew into a rage, turning over tables, smashing plates, and hurling glasses and silverware. The cafe erupted into chaos as waiters rushed to stop him, and in the middle of it all, Evelyn sat frozen in silence. In the days following that incident, Thaw refused to let the Nesbits leave the apartment. The atmosphere became so tense Mrs. Nesbit was brought to tears and begged Evelyn to use the letter of credit Stanford had given them to return to New York. Evelyn still wanted to see more of Europe, but as they remained trapped for days, she became as afraid and exhausted as her mother. Each night Harry interrogated Evelyn for hours about why she would not marry him, and her mother began blaming her for not listening to Stanford's warnings about Thaw. Mrs. Nesbit told her daughter Stanford had been like a father to Evelyn, and she had repaid him with ingratitude for all he had done for her. One day Evelyn and her mother went out by themselves, and when Mrs. Nesbit had no money to buy clothes, she used $200 from Stanford's letter of credit. When Harry saw the clothes, he questioned how they had been paid for, and the Nesbits were forced to tell him about the letter of credit. Enraged, Thaw confiscated the letter, which was the last straw for Mrs. Nesbit. Despite a brief return to London to appease her, she demanded to be sent back to New York. She refused to go out with Harry and Evelyn, and so a chaperone was hired. Harry had caused such a rift between mother and daughter that when he and Evelyn decided to return to Paris, Mrs. Nesbit remained in London, where she began legal proceedings against Thaw for corrupting the morals of a minor and practically accused him of kidnapping Evelyn. While staying at the Ritz, Harry proposed to Evelyn once again and demanded to know why she refused him. Completely isolated, Evelyn feared being abandoned in Paris if she told Thaw the truth. His obsession with virginity made her sure he would hate her once her past was revealed, but suffering from sleep deprivation and still not entirely healed from surgery, she was willing to do anything to end Harry's incessant interrogations. When he asked if another man was keeping Evelyn from accepting his proposals, she made what she would always call the greatest mistake of her life, and answered yes. Harry then asked if that man was Stanford White, and Evelyn also said yes. Thaw was nearly manic with anticipation to hear the whole story, and Evelyn told it slowly and deliberately, sparing no details. She would later be criticised for this and accused of trying to rile Harry up, which does not seem logical as the exhausted 17-year-old Evelyn was completely at the mercy of the older and stronger Thaw, whose rage terrified her. Harry wanted details, and as this was the first time Evelyn had told anyone her secret, it was only natural she would take her time piecing together the memories she had attempted to erase. Evelyn refused to speak badly of White or make excuses for herself. She already felt she was partly to blame and expected Harry to fly into a rage. Instead, he surprised Evelyn by sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, Evelyn felt overwhelming pity for Harry, a feeling she said stayed with her throughout their relationship and long after it. Watching Harry's anguish over her experiences might have been the first time Evelyn realised the reality of what had been done to her, and she began to sob so violently she feared the stitches from her operation would break. Harry began to pace back and forth and rail against Stanford White, calling him a filthy beast and demanding more details from Evelyn. Harry assured her what had happened was not her fault, and instead placed blame on Mrs. Nesbit. Evelyn attempted to defend her mother, but Harry insisted Mrs. Nesbit was idiotically naive and negligent at best. Evelyn later recalled that she saw all the most sympathetic of Harry's qualities as he knelt by her side, holding her hand and telling her he would always be her friend, that to him she seemed so lovely and innocent, and that no decent person could blame her for what had happened. Nevertheless, Evelyn could not shake the feeling she had made a terrible mistake, and despite Thaw's initial sympathy, it would not be long before he began to blame Evelyn and guilt-trip her at every opportunity. Harry told Evelyn he had known all along about her relationship with White, and even recounted specific incidents that occurred at the tower. At the time, Evelyn was too shocked to realise Harry had employed detectives to follow her and Stanford. Harry frequently went into rages about White, always referring to him as the Beast. One day Evelyn snapped and told Harry not to say that, and infuriated him by saying Stanford was different and even above other men. All it took was Harry remembering that remark for him to fly into a rage. Anything and everything could remind him of Stanford. If he saw a young girl, he would say to Evelyn, "That's what you were like before you met the Beast." Stanford White had sent Mrs. Nesbit money to return to New York, and now she was beginning legal proceedings against Thaw. Harry's lawyers advised him to stop travelling with the still underage Evelyn, but he ignored all advice. First, they returned to England, and when touring cathedrals, Harry would point out statues of the Virgin Mary and female saints, subtly shaming Evelyn. Once they returned to Europe, Harry wore Evelyn down by moving to a new city every 2 days or so, making hiring a chaperone impossible. Despite promising to keep Evelyn's secret, it was not long before she discovered Harry had told some of his friends what had happened to her. Evelyn was furious and felt humiliated, but there was little she could do except hope the story never reached her mother. The last thing Evelyn wanted was to shatter her mother's view of Stanford White as a heaven-sent kindly benefactor. Utterly exhausted from the pace of travel, Evelyn was relieved when Harry hired the Schloss Katzenstein in Murano, Italy for 3 weeks. Located halfway up a steep mountain, the grim and draughty castle was accessible only by a small path. For the first few days of their stay, Harry insisted on taking Evelyn hiking through the surrounding countryside. One night at dinner, Harry, who seemed in an unusually good mood, mentioned he had given the two staff the night off. Evelyn thought little of it and went to bed early, immediately falling into a deep sleep. She was awoken when Harry, standing over her naked, ripped the covers away and struck Evelyn across the legs with a riding crop. Before she realised what was happening, Harry tore off Evelyn's nightgown and began to beat her mercilessly. She cowered in terror, and her agonised screams and pleas for him to stop only seemed to excite Thaw further. As he forced himself on Evelyn, she wondered if this was how she would die, entirely isolated and at the mercy of a man who seemed at that moment to be a demon. With his eyes manically bulging from his head, Harry looked completely deranged, unlike anything Evelyn had seen before, even during his worst rages. Thaw questioned if Evelyn had believed Stanford White when he assured her everyone was immoral. When Evelyn replied yes, Harry screamed that his mother and sisters didn't do such things, and there were many other women who were moral. Evelyn curled up into a ball as Harry continued to scream at her, telling her she was too impudent and needed to be punished. Then suddenly he left, locking the door behind him. Evelyn shook from the pain, cold, and terror. She could not draw the covers over her, as the blood from the wounds covering her body would adhere the sheets to her skin. She spent the night shivering, and as with every unimaginable trauma in her life, Evelyn, like many victims, sought some control over the situation by blaming herself. Had she said something at dinner to provoke Harry's attack? Perhaps he was right and she deserved it. After all, she had enjoyed his money while concealing her past, knowing it would change everything for the purity-obsessed Thaw. Evelyn began to consider this as her punishment for her affair with Stanford. She had enjoyed their immoral relationship and the luxury and security the architect provided, and now she was paying for it. It was easier for Evelyn to believe she deserved Thaw's abuse than to process what had happened to her. Eventually, her misplaced guilt would lead her to believe she had wronged Harry just as much, if not more, than he had wronged her. Evelyn thought of escaping, but soon realised it was impossible. She was too weak to leave her room, and what would she do even if she managed to escape the castle without Harry knowing and climb down the mountain? She only spoke English and had no money of her own. For days she remained in her room in a silent state of shock. Harry returned to normal, or at least what was normal for Harry. He begged her forgiveness but was still temperamental and kept Evelyn in a state of terror. Later she would learn that his violent mood swings were often caused or at least exacerbated by various narcotics he was addicted to. He had screamed at Bedford, his valet, for being so careless after Evelyn found a box containing hypodermic needles. The needles, along with his whips and paintings of exotic slave girls, were kept in a locked black bag. On one occasion, Thaw showed Evelyn the paintings and told her if they were in ancient times, she would be his slave. A few weeks after the attack, once Evelyn's wounds had healed and mercifully left no scars, Harry decided to leave the Schloss Katzenstein and move on to Zurich. He allowed Evelyn to see a doctor who informed her she was healed from her appendix surgery. Evelyn was forced to turn to Thaw for her every need, and felt his money and the power it gave him close in around her like a prison. As they travelled through beautiful scenery, all she could do was cry and think about her mother's pleas for her to return to New York. Once again, Evelyn blamed herself entirely for her predicament. Harry, meanwhile, disregarded his role in Evelyn's misery and chose to believe she was crying over what Stanford White had done to her. When they returned to Paris, Harry grew desperate to restore Evelyn to her former optimistic and joyful state. The last time they had been in the city, she had dealt with his fits with remarkable patience and managed to enjoy herself despite Thaw's control. Now she remained miserable despite Harry's best efforts to cheer her. They toured all the most interesting places in Paris. Thaw bought Evelyn any piece of clothing or accessory she wanted, and took her to restaurants, parties, the theatre, and operas. They dined at the Robinson Treehouse restaurant, and Harry called for the best doctors at the slightest complaint from Evelyn. But in her words, "No gifts could ever restore my lost happiness. Something inside me had been crushed forever." Harry usually referred to Evelyn as the Angel, and once while shopping for clothes, he dropped to his knees and asked, "Is the angel tired? Is the angel thirsty? Does her want a drink of water?" To Evelyn's extreme embarrassment, the shop's employees burst into laughter, while Harry remained oblivious. Evelyn desperately wanted to see her mother, who she had not heard from since their bitter parting. An opportunity to escape at last presented itself when Harry took her to see theatrical agent and producer Elizabeth Marbury. Marbury was one of the people Harry had told Evelyn's secret to. Both Marbury and interior designer Elsie de Wolfe, with whom she was living and who was rumoured to be her lover, were friends of Stanford White. Evelyn had met Elsie at one of White's parties, and when she and Marbury came to see Evelyn alone, she broke down and told them about her ordeal with Harry. As they were returning to New York, they insisted she go with them, and Harry, while mildly annoyed, allowed her to. While relieved to be away from Harry at last, Evelyn was essentially estranged from her family, too weak to work, and reluctant to turn to Stanford White for help. He was the only person who could really help her, but after months of Harry's condemnation of Stanford, Evelyn had begun to see the architect in a new light, and knew that his help would probably come with the expectation of renewing their affair. A few weeks after her return, Stanford phoned Evelyn after passing her in the street, and insisted on coming to her hotel to discuss her mother. By this time, Mrs. Nesbit was receiving around $60 a week from White, the equivalent of roughly $2,000 today. In her 1934 memoirs, Evelyn writes that her mother had been told about her daughter's relationship with White during the journey back to New York, and had confronted Stanford about it. He had managed to calm Mrs. Nesbit down and convince her the story was another of Thaw's lies. But if true, this version of events makes one wonder if the weekly allowance was payment for Mrs. Nesbit's silence. At the hotel, Stanford informed Evelyn that Harry was addicted to morphine, and questioned why she had gone away with Thaw in the first place. Now that the information was useless to her, Evelyn heard from multiple sources that Thaw was a sadistic drug addict. Stanford invited Evelyn to parties in the tower, arranged auditions for her, and came to see her regularly, probably hoping to continue their affair, although it appears they never did. Evelyn moved hotels and seldom left her rooms in an effort to avoid Thaw and his detectives when he returned from Paris. Shortly afterwards, Stanford White sent her to his most unscrupulous lawyer, Abe Hummel, to create an affidavit against Thaw. Hummel made up one half of the notorious Howe and Hummel law firm, probably the most famous firm in New York in the late 19th century. Primarily criminal lawyers with a reputation for finding obscure loopholes that set even the worst of their clients free, they were also popular among the theatrical world, and as divorce lawyers. If Stanford had sent Evelyn to a more reputable lawyer, his own involvement with her might have been questioned, but Hummel never even mentioned the architect. By sending her to the seedy Hummel, Stanford was serving himself more so than Evelyn, and the affidavit only added to her stress. She sobbed in frustration when Hummel twisted and exaggerated her account of Harry's behaviour in Europe and the Schloss Katzenstein incident. Evelyn was reluctant to give Thaw's letters to Hummel, but did so under pressure from Stanford. At that time, Harry was going to great lengths to find evidence of Stanford's depravity. He had enlisted the help of Anthony Comstock to search for girls who had been wronged by the architect, and approached young girls in Stanford's circle. Despite being plagued by incurable insomnia, searing abdominal pains, and her nerves stretched to breaking point, Evelyn rehearsed for a new show called The Girl from Dixie, and tried to maintain a social life. Her social circle still primarily consisted of girls she met through Stanford, such as Edna McClure, who had accompanied Evelyn to Hummel's office to hear her testimony about Thaw. Edna was about 14 or 15 at the time, and Stanford had recently had her photographs taken by Rudolf Eichmeyer, just as he had done for Evelyn. Edna had been approached by Thaw, and Stanford sent her to Hummel's office to hear Evelyn's testimony about Harry's abusive behaviour. Another mutual friend of Stanford and Evelyn's was actress Maisie Follett. After Thaw finally located Evelyn, he sent her an endless stream of letters, flowers, and invitations, always brought to Evelyn by her female acquaintances. Maisie Follett begged Evelyn to go to lunch with Thaw because he had promised to buy Maisie a coat if she did. Evelyn refused, as she did to all Thaw's other pleas to see her. Finally, he sent a lawyer, who was a mutual friend, to Evelyn's hotel. The lawyer reasoned that there was little Harry could do in a hotel in broad daylight, and so a worn-down Evelyn agreed to see Harry with the lawyer also in the room. Already petite, Evelyn had rapidly lost weight and was on the edge of a nervous breakdown. She was not yet 18. Harry calmly sat beside her and tried to hold her hand, as he asked her what was wrong. Evelyn said she had heard terrible stories about him, and then mentioned the affidavit. Harry urged her to tell him everything, after which he assured her all the stories she heard were a lie. Harry said his behaviour in the Schloss Katzenstein was an isolated incident, brought on by his confusion and anger that Evelyn had chosen to continue her relationship with White after he took advantage of her. Harry assured Evelyn he would never hurt her again, and both he and his lawyer concurred that Abe Hummel was not to be trusted. Evelyn had been genuinely distressed and unwilling to believe the stories she heard about Thaw. At times she had considered him her closest friend, and now he sat beside her, the picture of concern. She realised how much he meant to her despite everything. He convincingly discredited the stories against him until Evelyn started to doubt them herself. She had essentially been abandoned by her mother, who had recently married Charles J. Holman, a family friend, and moved back to Pittsburgh, restored to the middle-class life she had enjoyed during her first marriage. Evelyn was tired of being manipulated by Stanford White, but had nobody else to depend on, except, of course, Harry Thaw. Harry kissed Evelyn's hand before leaving, and as a parting manipulation, told her she could believe the stories about him if she wished. Harry continued to visit Evelyn at the theatre, offering to give her enough money to leave the stage forever. For weeks he never mentioned Stanford White, but despite all his gifts and generous offers, Evelyn still turned Harry down. Dejected, he returned to his mother in Pittsburgh. Mother Thaw already knew her favourite son wanted to marry a ruined chorus girl. Harry had written to her about Evelyn's downfall shortly after he had learned of it. Mother Thaw was known for her charity, but was less than charitable when it came to maintaining the family's image, and disapproved of Harry's plans to marry Evelyn. At the family home of Lyndhurst, Harry fell into a depression and could be heard sobbing in his room. Mother Thaw finally relented and gave Harry permission to pursue Evelyn after he broke down in tears during a Thanksgiving church service. Euphoric, Harry returned to New York, where he sent Evelyn extravagant gifts and an entire florist's worth of flowers, and renewed his proposals of marriage. Meanwhile, Stanford White had begun paying large sums of money to find out who was having him followed. Harry claimed to have tracked down hundreds of girls and their mothers who had been wronged by White, and planned to use their testimony as well as Evelyn's to ruin the architect. But Thaw's lawyers advised him to be cautious until Evelyn turned 18. Luckily, that was only a few days away. Stanford had planned an 18th birthday party for Evelyn in the Tower. On the same night, she was performing in a new show opening at Madison Square Garden. Harry went to see Evelyn in her dressing room after the show ended, but left as she was still getting ready to go. From across the street, Harry noticed Stanford White going into the garden, and emerging only a few minutes later, looking annoyed. Evelyn had refused to come to her own birthday party, and Stanford said he would give her some time to think about it. By the time he returned, Evelyn had gone to dinner at Rector's with Harry and some friends. When Stanford learned of this, he reportedly took a revolver out of his pocket and said, "I will kill that son of a bitch before daylight." Fittingly, the eve of her 18th birthday would be the last time Evelyn had a proper interaction with Stanford White. In early 1904, with the help of a mutual friend, famous football player Sport Donnelly, Harry convinced Evelyn to go to Europe for her health. She was still exhausted, underweight, and suffering from abdominal pains, and the plan was for her to be treated in Zurich. The journey to Zurich included an extravagant stay in Paris, filled with shopping, nights at the theatre, and expensive meals in restaurants. This time Evelyn had her own maid and the protection of Sport Donnelly to keep Harry at bay. In Monte Carlo, Harry was forced to bribe the casino authorities to let Evelyn in, as they refused to believe she was a day over 16. Harry's method of gambling both amused and annoyed onlookers, as he dashed about playing 3 tables simultaneously. One night, after dinner with an Italian duke, Harry staggered home drunk, with the Duke and Evelyn in tow. The Duke proposed that Evelyn run away with him, but she only burst into laughter. On another occasion, Thaw introduced Evelyn to a Pittsburgh millionaire. The man had known Harry, and was surprised that such a beautiful woman as Evelyn was with him. The millionaire asked Evelyn to leave with him and sail around the world on his yacht. When Evelyn jokingly mentioned to Harry that the millionaire had offered to buy her a better string of pearls than the ones Thaw had bought, Harry flew into a rage and locked Evelyn in her hotel room for a week, until the millionaire had sailed away on his yacht. Evelyn's only entertainment that week was listening to the famous opera singer Caruso, whom she had met at one of White's parties, rehearse in the room above. After 5 weeks on the Riviera and a brief return to Paris, Evelyn was finally taken to a doctor in Zurich, which had been the entire purpose of the trip in the first place. She recalled spending a wonderfully peaceful month in the doctor's care, while Harry went to Budapest. When he returned, something sent him into a rage about Stanford White, and Evelyn recalled Harry pulling out a revolver and ordering her to always refer to White as the Beast, and to inform him if she ever saw White again. Throughout this trip to Europe, most of the travelling had been done by car, with Harry at the wheel. He was arrested for speeding in Switzerland and crashed the car on multiple occasions. While visiting Domremy, France, the birthplace of Joan of Arc, Harry wrote in the guest book of her house, "She would not have been a virgin long if Stanford White had been around." While visiting London, Harry barely let Evelyn do any sightseeing, and when she asked to at least go to the Tower of London, Thaw replied, "I should think you would be ashamed at the very mention of a tower." Evelyn has been accused of constantly provoking Harry and stirring up his jealousy of Stanford White. What motivation she would have for doing so doesn't seem particularly clear, even to her critics. Thaw's obsession with the architect long predated even White's relationship with Evelyn, and Harry was so easily provoked it was impossible to know what might launch him into fury next. It seems by the early 1900s, Harry already believed Stanford was behind his exclusion from New York high society, but Evelyn believed a party might have been the catalyst to Thaw's obsessive hatred. While performing in Florodora, Evelyn had heard a great deal of backstage gossip about Harry Thaw. His wild behaviour and his extravagance were well known. He gave a large 3-stone diamond ring to Frances Belmont, a member of the Florodora Sextet, and asked her to invite her female castmates to a party at Sherry's. The day before the party, Frances saw Harry in a restaurant, but he ignored her as he didn't want to speak to a mere chorus girl in front of his upper-class friends. Frances was enraged and enlisted Stanford White to help her get her revenge. While Harry and the men he invited waited for the girls to arrive at Sherry's, Frances had taken all the Florodora girls to a dinner in the tower. Harry grew increasingly frantic as the night wore on, with no women, and when his friends found out what had happened, they mocked him mercilessly. The disastrous party was even written about at length in the gossip magazine Town Topics. In his memoirs, Harry mentioned cultivating friendships with chorus girls in Florodora in order to garner information about Evelyn. He learned she had a passion for animals and literature, and wrote about those subjects in the letters he sent her under the name of Mr. Munro. When Harry and Evelyn sailed back to New York in 1904, Edna Goodrich and her mother were on the same boat. Thaw arranged parties for them and spent a great deal of time in their company. Having been unceremoniously dropped by Stanford White, Edna and Harry had their loathing for the architect in common. By the time Harry and Evelyn reached New York, rumours of their marriage had circulated and reporters lay in wait for their arrival. Newspapers had already speculated that Harry might even be arrested upon his return if he was not actually married to Evelyn, as Thaw had apparently signed himself into a hotel in Europe as Harry Thaw and wife, and lying on hotel registers was considered a crime in some countries. Once off the ship, an exhausted Evelyn insisted they check into the first hotel they came across. Reporters had followed them and began to harass the hotel manager as to whether Harry and Evelyn were married. They had registered separately, and when the manager told Harry they couldn't have rooms so close together, Thaw flew into a rage and decided to leave. The story of Harry and Evelyn's flight from the hotel made headlines. Numerous articles speculated on the couple's marital status, and some even illustrated their route of escape. The endless round of parties and dinners continued throughout the winter social season in New York. Harry drank heavily and was convinced that Stanford White was having members of the notorious Monk Eastman gang follow him. Evelyn believed Harry was genuinely fond of her chorus girl friend May Mackenzie, but would later discover Harry's only interest in May was her friendship with Stanford White. Evelyn had recognised snippets of her own letters printed in the Morning Telegraph, and was informed by another friend that May Mackenzie wrote a column for the paper under a pseudonym and was using Evelyn's letters. Shortly after their return from Europe, Harry sent Evelyn to live with Mrs. J.J. Kane, a respectable middle-aged woman who had befriended the Nesbits when they arrived in New York. Both May Mackenzie and Mrs. Kane would become figures of interest during the trials. While at dinner with Mrs. Kane at the St. Regis Hotel, Harry and Evelyn spotted Stanford White and his wife dining across the room. Evelyn believed Harry was cowardly, and that his obsession with Stanford White posed a greater threat to her safety than to Stanford's, but her opinion changed when Mrs. Kane asked Evelyn in a whisper why Harry had a revolver in his lap. Evelyn threatened to leave the table unless Harry put the gun away, and he obliged, after which they quickly left. Evelyn had never regained her former strength since the appendicitis operation, and was diagnosed with internal adhesions. She was told unless she had another operation, she might never have children. Harry paid for the operation, and for Evelyn's 6-week stay at a private sanatorium while she recovered. During the trial, it was revealed the bill came to a staggering $2,000, roughly $71,000 today. Harry had a telephone installed at Evelyn's bedside, had her room filled with flowers, and once again had the chef of the Waldorf Hotel prepare her meals. Once recovered, Evelyn moved into a small apartment on Madison Avenue, where Harry informed her she would be receiving an unexpected visitor. Harry had informed Evelyn that his mother knew all about her past, but at their first meeting, Evelyn was surprised to find Mother Thaw kind and gracious rather than judgmental. Mother Thaw seemed desperate. Harry had assured her if only he could marry Evelyn, he would be a changed man. Evelyn could only weakly protest that although she had a genuine affection for Harry, she felt she could never marry because of her past, and would rather focus on a stage career. She admitted her health had stopped her from returning to work, and gradually Evelyn's resolve wore down when confronted with Mother Thaw's persuasive arguments and the uncertainty of the future if she refused Harry once and for all. Evelyn could no longer be sure her relationship with Stanford was a well-kept secret, and if she tried to marry anyone else, Harry was unlikely to take it well, and the scandal of their relationship had already made headlines. As for her career, there was the possibility she would never fully recover her former strength, and even if she did, success as an actress was far from guaranteed. The only thing Evelyn could be sure of was more struggle. Her family had essentially abandoned her, and the prospect of going to live with Mother Thaw at Lyndhurst must have seemed a more attractive idea than risking poverty on her own. Maybe Harry had changed and would forget Stanford White once they married. Perhaps Evelyn reasoned Harry could not abuse her while living under the watchful eye of his mother. After Mother Thaw's visit, Evelyn was still reticent for reasons she herself couldn't grasp. Harry went to Evelyn's closest friends and anyone else whose opinion might influence her, and eventually, with a greater sense of what she was losing than what she was gaining, Evelyn gave in. On April 5th, 1905, Evelyn Nesbit became Mrs. Harry K. Thaw in a private ceremony held at the home of a Presbyterian pastor in Pittsburgh. The ceremony was attended by Mother Thaw, Harry's brother Josiah, and Evelyn's mother and stepfather. Evelyn wore a black and brown suit Harry had chosen, and he rushed her off to Lyndhurst as soon as the ceremony was over, so that she would not have any time to speak to her mother, whom Evelyn had not seen in years. The newlyweds were to occupy separate rooms at the imposing and gloomy Lyndhurst. Evelyn found the interiors to be tasteless, aside from the pieces Harry had selected, and found the Thaws to be an uneducated and uncultured family. Harry, at least, had travelled widely and knew something of art. Harry and Evelyn stayed at Lyndhurst for a formal dinner, before departing for Chicago on a night train. They were met by a crowd of reporters when they arrived, and Harry announced the newlyweds would be staying at the Hotel Virginia, which was far from grand or famous. The only person who understood the strange choice was Evelyn, who realised that marriage had done nothing to rid Harry of his obsession with virginity. Harry spent the first day of his honeymoon excitedly raving about what Stanford White's reaction to their wedding would be. Evelyn had had enough and said, "Listen, Harry, now that we're married, the least you can do is act like a normal human being. It's about time you started to forget Stanford White." The fact Evelyn had mentioned the architect by name instead of calling him the Beast sent Harry into a fit of rage, and he raised his fists at Evelyn, demanding she take the name back. Evelyn compromised by calling Stanford the Bee, and calmly spoke to Harry of his own past, how he had publicly consorted with actresses, and how many society women led scandalous lives, and were even written about in gossip sheets. As though speaking to an angry child, Evelyn said, "Whose life is above reproach? We're married now, so be a good sport and forget it. What shall we do in Chicago?" On honeymoon, Evelyn visited a friend from the DeMille School, saw the Grand Canyon, and spent a week trekking through the Yosemite Valley on horseback, before moving on to California, where she met up with some of her paternal cousins, and Harry bragged about his fortune to reporters. Evelyn remembered Mother Thaw writing a furious letter to Harry because he had referred to what was really her fortune as "my money." After visiting Canada, the newlyweds took a train back to Pittsburgh. Sitting alone by the window one night, watching the passing scenery, Evelyn suddenly went cold and thought to herself, "Something terrible is going to happen in your life, a cataclysm that for a time will overwhelm you, but you will survive." The feeling went just as quickly as it had come, but the words left Evelyn with a strange sense of relief. Mother Thaw gave Evelyn and Harry a whole wing on the second floor of the house, but once settled in, Evelyn soon found life at Lyndhurst monotonous. Mother Thaw was socially prominent only in church circles, and most of her guests were ministers and their wives. These women struck Evelyn as so tedious that she wondered if there was a school where ministers' wives learned to sound drearily identical. Harry tried to shield Evelyn from the judgment of others, and although nothing was said to her directly, Evelyn knew that the Thaws' circle looked down upon her, and that she would never be fully accepted in their society. Philosophy and spiritual beliefs fascinated Evelyn, but she had not been to church since childhood, and was wholly unprepared for the brand of cultural Christianity she encountered when forced to throw herself into church functions. Evelyn was irritated that weighty spiritual words, such as salvation, grace, and redemption, were thrown around casually and thus robbed of their meaning. Evelyn wrote in her 1914 memoirs, "They use beautiful words in such a manner as to strip their beauty and leave them just meaningless skeletons of speech. They employ phrases which, spoken from the soul, would have moved men and women to tears, but as uttered, are but dry husks of thought." For all the talk she heard of Christian morality and charity, Evelyn found the Thaws and their circle lacking in many virtues. Evelyn adored animals and quickly befriended the household dogs. When a minister visited Lyndhurst, one of the dogs jumped up on him, and the minister gave the animal a sharp kick. Evelyn immediately began screaming at the minister, and would not apologise even when Mother Thaw chastised her for shouting at a man of the cloth. Evelyn quickly identified the source of Harry's unhinged nature as his mother. When her secretary made a simple mistake, Evelyn witnessed Mother Thaw throw a heavy book at the poor woman's head. A moment later, Mother Thaw was speaking to Evelyn as though nothing had happened. In order to escape the oppressive atmosphere of Lyndhurst, even for a few hours, Evelyn took classes at the nearby Von Kunitz School of Music and Languages, where she studied French and resumed her piano lessons. Evelyn later described her time at the school as the only happy hours of her entire marriage. One of Evelyn's teachers gave an interview where she described Evelyn as the best pupil at the school, but a terribly sad and thin girl who looked barely older than a child. Apparently Evelyn had confided in one of her teachers that she would like to die at the age of 30, saying that is long enough for anyone to live, and had also spoken about her past, even breaking into tears when remembering her past experiences with men. She even mentioned Stanford White. To the other pupils, especially boys, Evelyn remained distant and struggled to make friends. She did manage to make one friend in the Thaw family, Mother Thaw's niece Mary, who came to stay at Lyndhurst after her father, Mother Thaw's brother, was sent to an insane asylum. The two girls were about the same age, and it was from Mary that Evelyn learned about the Thaw family secrets, specifically the strain of insanity on Mother Thaw's side. While exploring the attic, Evelyn found a beautiful set of cabinets, and when she commented on the deep gouges in one of them, Mary explained that Harry's sister Alice had hit the cabinet with her hairbrush whenever she was angry. Despite being well behaved at first, Harry still suffered from frequent rages and an obsession with Stanford White. On one occasion he broke a window by throwing a flat iron at his valet Bedford, and Evelyn was frequently awoken in the middle of the night and forced to tell Harry about her relationship with Stanford all over again. Aside from these private interrogations, nobody was permitted to mention Evelyn's past, although she received the occasional reminder of it. Mother Thaw was scandalised when a local butcher used Evelyn's image on a calendar, and the story even made its way into the papers. Harry frequently took Evelyn to the theatre, and when Ethel Barrymore came to Pittsburgh with a play, the couple visited the actress at her hotel. Evelyn's old flame Jack also happened to be there, and despite knowing about their relationship, Harry didn't seem to mind the reunion. Harry occasionally had photos taken of Evelyn, and she participated in a popular trend of the time to pose as Bluebeard's wives with her head stuck through a hole in a sheet and her hair pinned above her, mimicking a severed head. Harry also sent Evelyn to the dentist, which she didn't initially realise was to have all the work Stanford had paid for reversed and reconstructed again. This pointless procedure would eventually weaken Evelyn's teeth. Harry was increasingly absent from Lyndhurst on suspicious business trips to New York. Knowing he had never worked a day in his life, Evelyn wondered what the real purpose of his travels were. She would later learn that Harry was still communicating with Anthony Comstock about destroying Stanford White. Ironically, Harry also used these trips to indulge in his own perversions. He paid off hotel managers to allow him to bring young actresses to his rooms under the pretext of giving them acting lessons. He would then sadistically assault them, usually with whips or by pouring scalding water on his unfortunate victims. While cleaning, Evelyn's maid Nellie found a collection of whips, which she showed to Evelyn. When Harry found out, whatever he said to Nellie terrified her to tears. Harry was convinced Stanford White was trying to have him killed, and began carrying a revolver, even shooting it randomly in the garden at Lyndhurst. Eventually, even Mother Thaw reached her limit with her son's behaviour. When Evelyn awoke screaming from a nightmare and Harry rushed into her room to see what was wrong, Mother Thaw followed moments later and asked Harry, "Did you strike her?" When Harry replied no, Mother Thaw told him, "If you ever lay a hand on her, I'll cut you off without a penny." After just under a year at Lyndhurst, Evelyn was thrilled when Mother Thaw announced a trip to Europe. She would sail to England on a more economic cattle boat, while Harry and Evelyn would follow a few days later on a steam liner. Evelyn had been driven to such a point of boredom that on one occasion she had left a dinner to flush rats out of holes in an outhouse with a garden hose, rather than bear the Thaws and their guests any longer. A trip to Europe must have felt like being let out of prison, and best of all, she and Harry would spend the week before their departure in New York. They stayed at the most expensive suite of the Hotel Lorraine. A searing heatwave had descended upon the city, and Evelyn took 2 baths to cool down before dressing to go out on the afternoon of June 25th, 1906. Looking reminiscent of a member of the Florodora Sextet, Evelyn wore a long lacy white dress with a black picture hat and long black gloves. Harry was acting even more strangely than usual. He usually took much longer to dress than Evelyn, but he had already left by the time she was ready. He also insisted on wearing an overcoat over his tuxedo, despite the sweltering weather. By the time Evelyn met him at Sherry's Cafe, Harry had already downed 3 drinks. With him was journalist Truxton Beale, who was rumoured to have shot a man in California a few years earlier, but got away with it because of the so-called unwritten law, that a man had the right to murder if it was in defence of the honour of his wife or female relation. Harry had frequently mentioned this to Evelyn. As usual, Harry's plans for the evening were concealed from his wife, and she was surprised when they moved on to the Café Martin, which, like the Sherry's building, had been designed by McKim, Mead and White. Harry usually refused to go into any building associated with his nemesis. At Café Martin they met up with Tommy McCaleb, a Thaw family friend. While Harry dominated the conversation as usual, Evelyn spotted Stanford White as he arrived with his son Larry. Evelyn began trembling, not only at the thought of Harry making a scene, but from the complex emotions Stanford White still brought out in her. Harry's constant reminders of White's depravity had begun to change Evelyn's view of Stanford, and yet she often contemplated how much better she had been treated by him than her husband. When Harry noticed Evelyn shaking, he asked her what was wrong, and she slipped him a note saying, "The bee was here, but left." Harry remained surprisingly calm, and as they left the Café Martin, he announced that they would attend the opening night of a new musical called Mam'zelle Champagne on the rooftop theatre of Madison Square Garden. Evelyn felt lightheaded and was filled with dread. Harry refused to remove his coat even when the group was seated at the rooftop theatre, and kept gazing up at the looming tower. Harry continued to speak normally to his friends, but seemed restless and disappeared at intervals, once to speak with Stanford White's brother-in-law. The only people entertained by Mam'zelle Champagne were those heckling and laughing at how terrible it was. Suddenly, Evelyn spotted Stanford White coming out of the elevator and heading to the table that was always reserved for him. Harry had disappeared a few minutes before, and Evelyn's panic grew as she failed to see him among the crowd. When he returned to the table, he didn't seem to have noticed White's arrival, and Evelyn suggested they leave. Truxton Beale and Tommy McCaleb eagerly agreed, as they were also bored with the show. When she was almost at the elevator, Evelyn realised Harry was not behind her, and as she frantically scanned the crowd for him, a gunshot rang out, quickly followed by 2 more. Evelyn was probably the first person to realise what had happened, and she froze in horror as the sight of Stanford White slumping against his table, then sliding onto the floor, came into view. "He's killed him," gasped Evelyn. White died instantly, and had probably not even seen Harry coming. 1 bullet had blown half his face away, and the rest was blackened beyond recognition by powder. As a pool of blood expanded around his victim, Harry raised the gun above his head and shouted, "I did it because he ruined my wife. He had it coming to him. He took advantage of the girl and then deserted her." Women screamed, actresses fainted at the sight of the corpse, and more ran off stage, while hecklers who thought the shooting was part of the show called for the performance to continue. Some performers attempted to carry on while the stage manager ordered the orchestra to continue playing. Those nearest to Harry panicked or backed away in horror. Soon the entire audience of around 900 people were fleeing for the exits or pressed against the edge of the roof, while waiters tried to get everyone back to their seats. Stanford was meant to be in Philadelphia on business, but had remained in New York as his son was visiting. Only hours before his death, he had attended the last rehearsal for Mam'zelle Champagne, and had asked to be introduced to an actress making her Broadway debut that night, Maud Fulton. Maud was thought to be 17, but she was actually 25. Minutes before his death, Stanford was asking the caterer for an introduction to another chorus girl. Ironically, the song being performed as the gunshots rang out was titled "I Could Love a Million Girls." A fireman cautiously approached Harry and asked him to relinquish his weapon, which he did in a surprisingly calm manner. As he was being escorted to the elevator, he passed Evelyn, who exclaimed, "Harry, what have you done?" Thaw kissed her on the cheek and said, "It's all right, my dear. I've probably saved your life." A policeman emerged from the elevator and put Harry under arrest, to which he remarked, "It's all right." When Evelyn stepped into the elevator at the last moment and asked Harry why he had done it, he said the same thing. Harry requested not to be handcuffed and simply walked down Fifth Avenue with the policeman to the nearest police station, while Truxton Beale hailed a car for Evelyn. Unbeknownst to her, the media frenzy that would engulf the next 2 years of her life had already begun. A journalist for the New York Evening World, who was covering the opening of Mam'zelle Champagne, had been a close witness to the murder, and immediately rushed to find the only phone booth in the building. When the man occupying that booth refused to give up the telephone, the reporter shoved the man away, which immediately caused a fight. The man and a friend who had picked up a chair fought the reporter, who fended them off with his free limbs while shouting his story down the phone. From there, news of the Garden tragedy, as the murder was soon called, spread through the city like wildfire and dominated headlines the next day. As Harry was escorted down Fifth Avenue casually smoking a cigarette, the traumatized witnesses to his crime caused further chaos by milling about in shock and standing in the path of oncoming traffic. Soon hordes of journalists arrived at Madison Square Garden and interviewed anyone who would speak to them. Even those who had not witnessed the crime had something to say, and so began the wave of misinformation and rumour that would swallow up anyone even remotely involved in the case. Stanford's son Larry had been at another theatre all night, and when he returned to his father's Gramercy Park residence, reporters were already waiting for him, When questioned, Larry said he had never even heard of Harry Thaw and immediately rushed to Madison Square Garden. It was Larry's task to inform the rest of the family, and after catching the train to Long Island, he sat outside his mother's bedroom until she awoke. Bessie White took the news quite well, while Stanford's mother became catatonic with grief. By the time Bessie and Larry arrived in New York in the early hours of the morning, work was already underway to protect what remained of White's reputation. Draftsmen at the McKim, Mead & White offices burned a collection of explicit photographs Stanford had owned, while 160 erotic books, as well as letters, paintings, and photographs, were sent to his friend James Breese. Larry himself would dispose of a great deal of his father's correspondence. Meanwhile at the police station, despite carrying cards with his name on, the 33-year-old Harry Thaw identified himself as an 18-year-old student from Philadelphia called John Smith. He paused as if thinking about it when asked if he had known his victim, before answering yes. It was only after he had sent a policeman to fetch cigars that Harry thought to send for his lawyers. Harry believed he heard young female voices while he sat in his cell, and took it as a sign he was justified in his crime. By the early hours of the morning, journalists in Pittsburgh were approaching the former Mrs. Nesbit, now Mrs. C.J. Holman, for comment. At first, Evelyn's mother refused to believe what she was told. Then she denied even hearing of Stanford White, and said she didn't believe her daughter had known him either. Mrs. Holman soon departed for New York in order to see her husband, who was there on business. No attempt was made to see Evelyn. While Stanford's family received an outpouring of condolences and support privately, it did not take long for the architect's reputation to be utterly destroyed, as details of Thaw's motive emerged. Soon many of White's friends were fleeing abroad to avoid being involved in the trial, and as well as harshly criticizing his private life, the press even began to criticize his work as an architect and interior designer. The only person to publicly defend White's image was his friend Richard Harding Davis, a writer, war correspondent, and possible inspiration for the Gibson Man, who published a rebuttal to all the negative press in Collier's magazine. Ultimately, the White family's greatest trauma was not Stanford's death, but the scandal and publicity that came after it. The architect left behind considerable debts, estimated in 1905 to be around $691,000, over $20 million in today's money. On the 28th of June, White's body was taken by train to the town of St. James in Long Island, where his summer residence was located. Around 200 people attended his funeral. Meanwhile, that same day, Evelyn Nesbit emerged from hiding, and Harry Thaw was formally charged with murder and placed in the custody of the Tombs prison without bail. Since the crime, Evelyn had moved as if in a trance. The only thought going through her mind when she emerged from Madison Square Garden on the night of the shooting was that it must all be a nightmare she would soon wake up from. Knowing reporters would swarm her hotel, Evelyn had fled to the theatre district flat of her friend May Mackenzie. Reporters came there as well, but were turned away without learning Evelyn was inside. For 2 sleepless nights, Evelyn was plagued with migraines and haunted by images of Stanford White's corpse and the sound of the gunshots. Knowing she could not hide forever, on June 28th, the day she and Harry were meant to sail for Europe, Evelyn had braved the crowds of reporters outside the Tombs prison to see her husband. Harry's cavalier attitude towards his predicament aggravated Evelyn, his family, and his lawyers. He refused to cooperate with the alienists brought in from all over the country to assess his mental state, and demanded a bottle of wine and champagne a day, which he claimed were for medical purposes, while having his food brought in from the high-end Delmonico's restaurant. Nothing could shake his assurance that he was a hero, and he believed Evelyn telling the world about her abuse at the hands of Stanford White was all it would take to free him. Mother Thaw, meanwhile, was informed of her son's crime as soon as she stepped off the boat in England, and immediately caught the next ship back to New York. By the time she arrived, Harry had fired his lawyer Louis Delafield, as he believed Delafield to be involved in a conspiracy against him created by the friends of Stanford White. In 1926, Harry would write a memoir called The Traitor, and while it was assumed the title referred to White or to Evelyn, Harry considered the real traitor to be Louis Delafield. Harry's refusal to give testimony until he had a lawyer that satisfied him made it impossible for him to be declared insane at an inquest, forcing the case to go to trial. The Thaw case was quickly turning into the first modern scandal. Mother Thaw directed the family's millions towards saving her son by any means possible. A publicist was hired for the family, and soon the press was painting Harry as an all-American hero, a defender of feminine virtue, while a smear campaign was conducted against Stanford White. Even while suffering from pneumonia, Anthony Comstock insisted on giving his perspective. Without considering his statements made Harry's crime sound premeditated, Comstock told the press that Harry had been concerned about White for years, and had even approached Comstock about the architect in the weeks before the shooting. To no avail, Comstock's men had tried to rent rooms in the tower to secure evidence of White's depravity, and even gone as far as to put children in the architect's path to entrap him. As well as Comstock's detectives, Harry had also been spying on White for months. The architect knew he was being followed, and had hired his own detectives to find out who was having him followed. Harry had warned Evelyn to always inform him if she saw Stanford, and if she did not, Harry assured her he would know anyway. It only occurred to her later that Thaw's detectives were spying on her as well. Within weeks of the shooting, the Thaw case had turned into an absolute mess. Stanford White's friends in high places were eager to keep the case from going to court, fearing their own exposure. There was pressure on the district attorney to have Thaw thrown in an asylum, thus avoiding a court case. Separate law firms were hired to represent Harry, and while one side agreed it was best he be institutionalized, the other argued it was better to go to trial. The Thaws were similarly divided. Some believed pleading insanity would be the only way for Harry to avoid the electric chair, while Harry himself adamantly refused to be branded crazy, and his mother didn't want the scandal of madness to be attached to the family. Harry fired the lawyers who wanted to plead insanity. The day after the shooting, thieves stole $60,000 worth of jewellery from Lyndhurst, after learning from the headlines that the family were all out of town. A week or so later, Harry's valet Bedford, who had been with him for 18 years, unexpectedly died. With all that Bedford had witnessed, some thought his death suspicious. On her daily visits to the tombs, often accompanied by Mother Thaw, Evelyn made a habit of speaking to the policeman, feeling that in a sense she was winning over the enemy. Mother Thaw, however, reproached Evelyn for speaking to people with a lower social position, to which Evelyn responded that even commoners had a higher social standing than Harry right now. After the Thaws refused the services of a publicity firm in Pittsburgh, the firm went to the district attorney and created a smear campaign against both Harry and Evelyn. As rumours circulated about all three central figures in the crime, tales of Harry's debauchery made their way back to Evelyn, and for the first time she heard the word sadism. Finally, she had something to give her context on the Schloss Katzenstein incident, and was horrified when she researched the subject further. It soon became clear that Harry's life rested almost entirely on Evelyn's testimony. Some warned her against taking the stand at all, but she felt it was her duty to save her husband's life, and the Thaws promised to reward her handsomely if she succeeded. Evelyn knew that Harry's perversity might be unearthed during the trial, but the Thaws refused to admit Harry was insane. In Evelyn's words, The Thaws will put the biggest lunacy experts that money can buy on the stand. They can prove Harry was a madman, but they will prove it nicely. There will be no suggestion that he can be unpleasantly mad. Evelyn also contemplated that while Harry claimed to have killed for the sake of her honour, he made no suggestion that she should refuse to testify for the sake of that very same honour. Instead, he took for granted that she would be pleased to sacrifice herself for him, even bragging to reporters, "Wait till my little wife gets on the stand, and you'll hear a story such as you've never heard before." As Evelyn wrote in 1914, "I have read in books of heroic prisoners who have risked death rather than the honour of their wives be questioned. Harry's heroism is not of that variety." Meanwhile, the district attorney's office was flooded with information, and separating fact from fiction had become a nearly impossible task. The search was on for any actress connected to Evelyn or Stanford White, and the papers reported that many chorus girls had fled to avoid being subpoenaed. Edna McClure was summoned to the district attorney's office along with her mother. Edna accused Evelyn of riling Harry up about Stanford, and her mother said Harry had long been obsessed with the architect. When these statements were printed, Edna denied saying them, and other reports claimed her mother did most of the talking. Meanwhile, despite Evelyn instructing her own mother not to speak to reporters, the former Mrs. Nesbit, now Mrs. Holman, was desperately trying to salvage her public image. As the press discussed the ruin of a 16-year-old, blame naturally fell on her mother, and by early July 1906, Mrs. Holman, with the help of her husband, began making statements that subtly deflected the blame onto Evelyn herself. Mrs. Holman claimed that she had sent her daughter to Sunday school every week until she was 15, at which point Evelyn stubbornly insisted on a stage career, and thereafter became impossible to control. Mrs. Holman also claimed either she or Howard had always accompanied Evelyn to the theatre, and that Evelyn had never gone out at night or to rehearsals without her mother acting as chaperone. Mrs. Holman claimed she had objected to Stanford White's extravagant gifts at first, and had questioned his interest in her daughter, until he convinced her he simply had a paternal affection for Evelyn. Mrs. Holman believed the true villain in the case to be Harry Thaw, not Stanford White. Evelyn's mother also referred to the producer of The Wild Rose, George Lederer, as a fatherly figure in Evelyn's life. Mrs. Holman condemned Harry as a villainous madman who had ruined the relationship between mother and daughter and practically kidnapped Evelyn in Europe. By the end of July, letters from Mr. and Mrs. Holman to Stanford White had been leaked to the press, presumably by the Holmans themselves. In the letters, Mrs. Holman begged Stanford to influence Evelyn away from Harry Thaw, and Mrs. Holman went as far as to ask Stanford for money for herself. Evelyn would later write that she believed all the statements to the press came from her stepfather, which seems unlikely as Mrs. Holman gave multiple direct interviews to journalists. It had become clear to Evelyn that Harry had isolated her completely, turning her family against her and cutting off any friends who disliked him. In Evelyn's view, Harry had ended the life of the only person she might turn to for help. The Thaws' lawyers were perplexed by Evelyn's lingering feelings for Stanford White, and instructed her to lie and say she hated the architect, that he had drugged the wine that made her fall unconscious, and that she had never enjoyed their subsequent relationship. The Thaws' press agent worked tirelessly to suppress any negative stories, and present Harry as an honourable defender of American womanhood. Patriotism, morality, and masculinity were inextricably linked with Harry's image, while Stanford White became a symbol of the decadent bohemian elite. Although Harry was far wealthier than Stanford, Thaw was seen as the more relatable figure to the common man. During the late 19th and early 20th century, America's cultural sense of self was deeply rooted to a feeling of moral superiority over Europe. America was the civilized New World, founded upon virtue, morality, and family values, while the Old World of Europe was a seedier, immoral place where bohemians like Stanford White belonged. The fact that Stanford had been instrumental in bringing the architectural values of Europe to America and had furnished his clients' homes with the tastes of the Old World did not escape the press's attention. There was some concern, however, that Harry Thaw was becoming a dangerous hero for young men who might take inspiration from his crime. In September, a play based on the crime opened in Brooklyn, which was probably financed by Mother Thaw. The three main characters were not so subtly named Harold Daw, Emmeline Hudspeth Daw, and Stanford Black. After Daw shoots Black on a rooftop theatre, the final scene shows Daw in prison, where he ends the play by triumphantly declaring, "No jury on earth will send me to the chair for killing the man who defamed my wife. That is the unwritten law made by men themselves, and upon its virtue I will stake my life." While in a store, Evelyn was asked if she recognised a postcard of a man. She was told it was the district attorney, William Travers Jerome, who she would be facing in court. Evelyn bought the postcard and studied it for hours, attempting to prepare herself for the ordeal ahead. In 1906, William Travers Jerome was highly respected and nicknamed the Tiger in the courtroom. He was known for joining his men on raids of gambling dens, and during his campaign for the district attorney's office, he promised he would root out corruption in New York, including in high society and the police force. Jerome did not believe Harry Thaw was insane, and was confident he could prove Evelyn Nesbit Thaw a liar and an immoral woman, and send Harry to the chair. He had exposed cunning witnesses before, and publicly declared that a mere chorus girl would be no match for his questioning on the stand. Underestimating Evelyn would be Jerome's worst mistake, and would ultimately lead to the downfall of his public image. After reviewing over 600 men, 12 jurors were finally selected and would have to be sequestered for the duration of the trial. Jerome was desperate to find a witness from Evelyn's Broadway days to cast her in a bad light, but as the majority of her acquaintances had gone into hiding, the best he could do was question Jack Barrymore. Jack had nothing negative to say about Evelyn, and to avoid being involved in the trial, he checked into a sanatorium with pneumonia in early 1907, which enraged Jerome. Later, during the trial, it was reported that Jerome sent one of his men to ask Barrymore about Evelyn, and when the man insulted her, Barrymore slapped him and threw him down the stairs. An extremely willing witness, however, was Evelyn's own mother. Just weeks away from the trial, Evelyn's stepfather Charles Holman told the press that he and his wife intended to go to New York and testify in the defense of Stanford White, as well as turning over all their correspondence with the architect to the district attorney. Mrs. Holman said of Evelyn, "My one thought in life was to educate and train her right, and it was in this that Mr. White helped me so much. It was Evelyn herself who insisted on going onto the stage. She was headstrong, self-willed, and beautiful, and that led to all the trouble." Mother Thaw immediately dispatched a lawyer to Pittsburgh, and soon the papers reported that the Holmans had changed their minds and would not be testifying. They were likely paid over $50,000 by the Thaws to stay away, which translates to over $1.5 million today. However, Mrs. Holman refused to be completely silenced, and throughout her daughter's testimony, it was reported that one of Jerome's main sources of information against Evelyn was her own mother. When the trial began on the 4th of February 1907, a crowd of thousands gathered outside the courtroom and had to be controlled by police. The courtroom itself was packed with lawyers, witnesses, reporters, and illustrators. Among the journalists sat 4 women, who would soon be known as the Sob Sisters, or as Evelyn called them, the Sob Squad. Dorothy Dix, Winifred Black, Nixola Greeley Smith, and Ada Patterson had their own table at the trial, and would become pioneers of female journalism. With a woman at the centre of the case, having a feminine perspective on the Thaw trial was sure to generate even more newspaper sales. The week after the Garden tragedy, one newspaper alone had reported 100,000 more sales than usual. Dorothy Dix of the New York Evening World would become the highest-paid female journalist in the country when she was given a salary of $13,000 a year following her coverage of the Thaw trial. Another journalist at the trial, Irving S. Cobb, coined the term sob sister, and by 1910 it had become a popular term for almost any female journalist. No matter how much they were mocked for their flowery prose, the four sob sisters of the Thaw trial succeeded in creating a demand for female journalism and changed the nature of the press by writing factual coverage of the case that also appealed to the public's emotions. Also present in the courtroom was Evelyn's brother Howard Nesbit, who had publicly declared his intention to defend Stanford White's memory and his mother's image. With him was Charles Hartnett, Stanford White's secretary, who may have been having a romantic relationship with Howard. Mother Thaw entered the courtroom wearing black, followed by her daughters, Alice, the Countess of Yarmouth, who had journeyed from England to support her brother, and Margaret, the wife of George Lauder Carnegie. Margaret and George were the only members of the Thaw family who had been genuinely sympathetic to Evelyn. At first, the rest of the Thaws had been cold towards her, and she had had to appeal to them for money and even the basic necessities. Following the Thaws into the courtroom came Evelyn, her face hidden by a veil, dressed in a tailored navy blue suit and white shirtwaist, with the boyish collar tied with a bow and a black hat trimmed with violets. Evelyn would wear the same carefully chosen outfit throughout the trial, and it soon became a fashion trend other women tried to copy. Dorothy Dix was among the reporters to comment that Evelyn looked more like a schoolgirl than a 22-year-old woman. Entering the courtroom behind Evelyn was chorus girl May Mackenzie, whose lavender-coloured outfit and cheerful countenance contrasted almost comically with the sombre Thaw family. May was the only one of Evelyn's old friends that had not deserted her, and lived at the Lorraine Hotel with Evelyn despite the Thaws' disapproval. During the trial, it was reported that Evelyn had refused the Thaws' demands that May move out of the hotel and also be banned from the courtroom. The Thaws issued a statement denying this, as well as reports that they treated Evelyn coldly. In reality, Evelyn was highly controlled, especially by Mother Thaw. Evelyn knew that any praise she received from the family was only because her compliance was essential for Harry's defence. The first witness called to the stand was Stanford White's 19-year-old son, Larry. He spoke about where he and his father had been on the night of the murder, and how Stanford seemed to be in his usual good spirits. Before the noon recess, various people who had witnessed the shooting gave their testimony, as well as the physician who had performed Stanford White's autopsy. It was revealed that White had kidney disease, among other serious health problems, and probably wouldn't have had long to live. After breaking for lunch, Harry's chief counsel, John Gleeson, made the first statements for the defence. During a 2.5-hour-long rambling and contradictory speech where he quoted Shakespeare among other authors, Gleeson, who was not a criminal lawyer, said that Harry suffered from both temporary and hereditary insanity and had believed himself divinely justified in shooting Stanford White. Thaw looked mortified and aggravated that his sanity was being called into question, and even his defence team were confused by Gleeson's statements and had the court adjourned until the following day. The next day, Gleeson called his first witness, a physician from Pittsburgh called Dr. Wiley, who had witnessed one of Harry's public fits of rage a couple of years before. Although Dr. Wiley told Gleeson he was a specialist in insanity, when cross-examined for over 3 hours by District Attorney Jerome, Dr. Wiley was proven to know very little about mental conditions. Gleeson's other witnesses fared little better. and so at the end of the trial's second day, it was decided Gleeson would step down as chief counsel, and the position would go to Delphin Delmas. Originally from San Francisco, Delmas had never lost a case, and was known as the Napoleon of the West Coast for his appearance. He had even won a case based on the unwritten law that a man had the right to harm or even kill another man in defense of a wife or female relation. At Evelyn's first meeting with Delmas, he had informed her that the only way to save Harry's life was for her to give a detailed and shocking testimony about her relationship with Stanford White. Delmas had told her, "After all, what does it matter?" And as Evelyn prepared for utter public humiliation and unprecedented criticism, those words had constantly reverberated in her mind. Instead of pleading outright insanity, Delmas planned to use the unwritten law argument and claim Harry had suffered from temporary insanity during the shooting. The defense team often referred to this as a brainstorm. Delmas argued that hearing about Evelyn's ruin at the hands of Stanford White had caused Harry such distress he had briefly lost his mind. In a genius move, Delmas had Evelyn testify only about what she had told Harry, meaning it was pointless for Jerome to try and prove whether her story was true. All that mattered was that she had told it to Harry. Delmas took over the case on the 6th of February, and immediately proved himself a worthy opponent for Jerome. Delmas was ready for all the district attorney's objections, and when Jerome failed to break down any of the defence's witnesses, Delmas suggested an adjournment. Evelyn's testimony would begin the following day. A record-breaking 10,000 people gathered outside the courthouse on the 7th of February in anticipation of Evelyn's arrival, and hundreds broke through police lines into the building. The courtroom had reached capacity, and yet members of the public, including a large number of women, kept pushing their way inside. As soon as the judge had taken his seat, Delmas called Evelyn to the stand. When Evelyn entered the courtroom, it fell into complete silence. Still veiled and in the same schoolgirl outfit she would wear throughout the trial, Evelyn slowly made her way to the witness stand. Once seated, she removed her veil for the first time. Multiple journalists would write that she was the most beautiful woman they had ever seen. Some reports even claimed she had violet eyes, and her pale complexion and petite frame and stature only made the press and the jury more sympathetic towards her. Although she appeared surprisingly calm, Evelyn felt as if the entire courtroom was made up of eyes keenly trained on her, and privately she had seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown for weeks. She had begged the defense lawyers to give her some idea of what questions Jerome would ask, but they did not know themselves. Delmas asked Evelyn to relate what she had told to Harry in Paris in 1903 about her relationship with Stanford White. Relaying a conversation allowed Evelyn to give a detailed and emotionally impactful testimony, and made Jerome's objections useless, as anything Evelyn claimed to have told Harry could be seen as important. Evelyn spoke in a high, almost childish voice. Her testimony went on for around 2 hours, and she felt that if she stopped talking, she would never start again. The courtroom erupted into commotion when Evelyn mentioned the name of Edna Goodrich. Thereafter, she was asked not to name anyone not directly involved in the case unless necessary. Throughout the trial, she often had to whisper names to either Delmas or Jerome. Evelyn had promised herself she would not cry, knowing she might be perceived as faking her anguish for sympathy. But as she spoke of Stanford White taking advantage of her, she began to break down. By this time the press, especially the Sob sisters, and members of the jury all looked equally miserable, and Harry was hunched over and sweating profusely. When Evelyn had finished relating her conversation with Harry in 1903, Delmas moved to her childhood. Sympathy for her only increased as she spoke about her father's death, the sale of all the family's possessions, and their failures to escape poverty until Evelyn started modelling. Evelyn spoke of her stage career, her first meeting with Harry, being sent to school and her appendicitis, and finally her first trip to Europe. Delmas wanted to read a letter sent by Harry to his lawyer after hearing Evelyn's confession in 1903. Jerome objected, and the judge said he would make his decision after the noon recess. Evelyn almost fainted and had to be assisted as she made her way down from the witness stand. Once out of the courtroom, she practically collapsed. That first day, she later recalled, was the worst of the entire trial. When the court reconvened, Harry's letter to his lawyer was read out. He accused Evelyn's mother of superhuman negligence and blamed her for Evelyn's ruin. Evelyn then testified that Stanford White and his friends had told her awful stories about Thaw when she returned to New York. Evelyn said when she saw Harry, he encouraged her to investigate the stories for herself, and when she did so, she no longer believed them and resumed her relationship with Harry. It was clear Evelyn had been Thaw's mistress before their marriage, and yet sympathy was still entirely with her by the end of the day. Evelyn was praised in the papers for having the courage to testify, and numerous illustrations of her were published along with detailed descriptions of her beauty. Evelyn recalled in her 1914 memoirs that she was surprised by the amount of supportive letters she received from people all over the country. The next day, Delmas questioned Evelyn about the affidavit drawn up against Thaw in 1903 by the notorious Abe Hummel. After a years-long battle to bring him down, in July of 1906, Jerome had succeeded in having Hummel permanently disbarred, and the crooked lawyer's name had been turned into a joke. Still claiming she was testifying only what she had told Thaw, Evelyn said Stanford White had brought her to Hummel and that Hummel had dictated the affidavit and would not allow Evelyn to interrupt or correct his statements against Harry. Evelyn said she had also been pressured by Stanford White to give Hummel all her correspondence with Thaw. Evelyn said she had not been asked to sign the affidavit, but she had signed various documents that White had sent her without reading them. When she believed that one of these was actually the affidavit only after signing it, she went to Hummel's office and had the piece of paper she had signed burned. Delmas then questioned Evelyn about how White had continued to pursue her after her marriage to Thaw. By this time, the public viewed White as so evil that when Evelyn said he had passed her in the street on a few occasions and looked like he wanted to talk to her, it was seen as scandalous. When Evelyn explained why she had been sent to school in 1902, she said it was because John Barrymore had proposed to her and her mother and White had disapproved, and joined forces to break the couple up. No mention was made of the night Evelyn had spent with Barrymore. Jerome strongly objected when Delmas asked Evelyn about other girls she knew who had been victims of Stanford White. Jerome demanded that evidence be produced that showed the psychological effect Evelyn's confession had on Harry. Delmas wanted to show Thaw's will, which he had had drawn up on his wedding day, but Jerome also objected to this, and the two men got into such an argument that the court was adjourned for the weekend. So many people had gathered in the corridor outside the courtroom that a path had to be cleared for Evelyn to leave. Once outside, she was mobbed by a crowd made up of mostly women who screamed that they just wanted to touch Evelyn and tried to tear pieces of her clothing off as souvenirs. The mob had to be beaten back by police officers on horses. This was not the last time women would harass Evelyn, as they seemed to perceive her as a mixture between celebrity icon and freak show exhibit. When the court was reconvened on Monday, Evelyn was briefly called to the witness stand, but had nothing new to tell aside from Harry carrying a pistol while in New York because he felt threatened by White. Evelyn's testimony had completely changed the trial. Jerome's initial confidence had wavered, and the press and public were firmly with the Thaws. Evelyn's testimony was considered so sensational that President Roosevelt called for it to be banned or at least censored in the press. This never happened, and the trial continued to be reported in minute detail. There was a lot of discussion about the influence Evelyn was having on young women. Some feared that impressionable girls would overlook her negative experiences and focus solely on the lavish lifestyle she had lived at the expense of two powerful men. Evelyn's testimony was also having an educational effect on the public. This was the first time ordinary people were given such a detailed look into the lives of the upper class. The elite of the Gilded Age wanted the public to believe their wealth and status made them morally as well as financially superior. Just as European royalty and aristocracy believed themselves divinely appointed to rule, for a time the wealth of the American upper class was perceived by many as a sign of God's favour. The wealthy portrayed themselves as symbols of the American dream, and although there were other scandals to erode this view, the Thaw trial all but shattered it. On some level, Evelyn paved the way for more open discussions about sex, and irreversibly damaged the public's perception of the rich and famous. Before Jerome began his cross-examination of Evelyn, Delmas called two alienists to the stand to testify that Thaw suffered from temporary insanity. Alienists were an early form of psychiatrist, although the study of mental illnesses was still in its infancy in the early 20th century. The second alienist proved more effective than the first, and coined the term brainstorm for the temporary state of mania Thaw experienced at the shooting. During the few days the alienists were on the stand, Delmas took full advantage of Jerome's blunders, and even the jury seemed to be mocking the district attorney's desperate objections. The court adjourned on Thursday when one of the jurors' wives died, and Harry claimed this was just another instance of his bad luck. The court would reconvene on Monday. During the interim, the press found out Evelyn had been named in the divorce of George Lederer, the producer of The Wild Rose, and the papers suggested Evelyn might have been his mistress. Delmas had to issue a statement clarifying that Evelyn had been withdrawn from the suit before the divorce went to court. Before the weekend was over, Mrs. J.J. Kane, the Nesbits' old friend, gave an interview where she stated her intention to testify for the defence. She revealed that Harry Thaw had visited Evelyn's mother when Evelyn was at school, and promised Mrs. Nesbit that if she convinced Evelyn to marry him, Thaw would give Mrs. Nesbit $100,000 or more. He promised to hand the money over to her on his wedding day, and Mrs. Nesbit agreed to encourage Evelyn to accept Thaw's proposals. $100,000 in 1903 is worth over $3.5 million today. Mrs. Kane overheard the conversation, as she had been asked by Mrs. Nesbit to hide in the bathroom and eavesdrop. Mrs. Kane also spoke about Evelyn's operation at school and the second surgery which had not yet become public knowledge. Mrs. Kane stated there was nothing criminal about the operations, and her unprompted defensiveness only served to make people question the true nature of the surgeries. When the trial resumed on Monday the 18th of February, the defence set about proving Harry's insanity and paranoia by producing his will. In it, he allocated thousands of dollars for pursuing legal action against Stanford White, and thousands more for an investigation if Harry died in suspicious circumstances. Harry had also told people he believed White was having him followed by members of the prominent Monk Eastman gang, and that is why Harry felt the need to carry a pistol. When Evelyn resumed the witness stand, she said that May Mackenzie had remarked to Stanford White that Evelyn and Harry seemed very happily married, to which White replied, "Well, it won't last. I'll get her back." With no other new information to provide, Delmas caught Jerome off guard when he suddenly handed Evelyn over for cross-examination. Unprepared, Jerome postponed Evelyn's second ordeal until the following day. Jerome attempted to catch Evelyn out and wear her down by quickly changing his line of questioning. In rapid succession, Jerome asked Evelyn about the trip to Europe in 1903, why she had turned down Thaw's proposals, her childhood in Pennsylvania, and the beginning of her modelling career, as well as the nature of her poses. Evelyn denied ever posing in the nude. Evelyn gained confidence as the cross-examination progressed. She answered yes or no to most questions, and if Jerome tried to pin her down on specifics, such as the exact date of an event, Evelyn remained evasive and vague. Around half an hour into the questioning, Jerome asked Evelyn if the story she told Harry about Stanford White was true. Delmas strongly objected, as his genius defense strategy would be shattered if Jerome was allowed to question the claims in Evelyn's story. Up until that point, the only thing that mattered was whether or not she had told it to Harry. The judge ruled that whether or not the story was true had to do with Evelyn's credibility as a witness. Evelyn was forced to reply that her story was true. This single sentence allowed Jerome to introduce all manner of evidence to discredit her. Prior to this, Evelyn had been somewhat protected from the harshest of scrutiny, as her life outside her courtship and marriage to Harry was not considered relevant. Now Jerome could attack her from all angles, leaving no stone unturned. Evelyn had to admit that she had travelled without a female chaperone while in Europe, with Thaw and another man. Jerome had also asked Evelyn to identify her signature on papers concerning her weekly $25 allowance from Stanford White. That sum translates to just under $1,000 today, and one wonders what people thought when the number was printed in the press. Directly after this, Jerome asked how long Evelyn had been unconscious in Stanford White's apartment. Delmas objected, but was overruled, and Evelyn replied, "I don't know." Jerome continued to question Evelyn about what time she got home and other details of the evening, but she refused to give definite answers. Next, Jerome asked about Evelyn's acquaintance with James Garland, the man who had hoped to marry her and had regularly taken her and her mother out on his yacht. Jerome pointed out Garland had been a married man, clearly trying to shame Evelyn, but she remained calm and gave mostly one-word answers. The first time Jerome elicited emotion from Evelyn was when he looked at a piece of paper and asked if it was true that Evelyn had become so unruly by late 1901 that her mother could not control her, and that she had been named in James Garland's divorce. Evelyn indignantly replied, "Indeed, it is not true." This was the first piece of information that appeared to come from Evelyn's mother. The Thaws might have paid Mrs. Holman not to testify in court, but they couldn't stop her from supplying the district attorney with ammunition against her own daughter. Howard Nesbit claimed to have been sent to New York by his mother and stepfather to testify against Evelyn and defend Stanford White, who Howard said had been like a father to him. Even after hearing Evelyn's testimony, Howard initially said Evelyn was lying about White's assault, but as the trial wore on, Howard changed his mind and declared to the press that he believed his sister and would rather be thrown in jail by Jerome than testify against Evelyn. Howard blamed his mother and stepfather for forcing him into such a terrible position in the first place. Jerome continued the cross-examination by asking once again if Evelyn had ever posed in the nude, which she continued to deny. Despite Jerome's best tactics, Evelyn refused to be worn down, and when the first day of the cross-examination finally came to an end, the press proclaimed her a match for the ruthless district attorney. The next day, Jerome brought out letters and receipts with Evelyn's signature concerning her $25 weekly allowance. Evelyn claimed her mother was the one who dealt with the money. Then Jerome brought up Stanford's claim that all women were unchaste and how Evelyn had believed him. Jerome asked about the dead rat, a Parisian cafe Evelyn had gone to with Harry, which was meant to be disreputable. Evelyn claimed it was perfectly respectable and lied about not seeing the scandalous cakewalk dance performed there. Jerome then questioned if Evelyn had changed her opinion that all women were unchaste by that point in time, When she said yes, Jerome asked if Evelyn viewed premarital relations as wrong, and about her religious instruction and beliefs. Delmas objected to Jerome's sneering tone, but Jerome flatly replied he was sincere and continued. He pressed Evelyn about whether she viewed what Stanford White had done to her as wrong, but Evelyn continued to give short and vague answers. Jerome frequently mocked Evelyn with sarcasm, hoping to anger her into making a mistake, but nothing riled her. Jerome wanted to prove that working in the theatre must have corrupted Evelyn's morals before she even met Stanford White, and when she denied hearing backstage gossip about love affairs from her actress friends, Jerome sneered, "Were you holding a prayer meeting on stage then?" Delmas once again objected. Jerome asked if Evelyn had loved Stanford White. She replied no. Jerome then asked if she hated White, and Evelyn replied yes. By this point, Evelyn was in tears, and the courtroom was similarly moved by her ordeal. Some of the newspaper women left, unable to bear hearing any more. Jerome did not believe Evelyn's testimony about Stanford White, and was determined to expose her as a cunning and immoral woman whose girlish demeanour was simply an act. Over the course of the trial, Jerome's dedication to destroying Evelyn blinded him to everything else in the case, even Harry Thaw. Jerome didn't realise how bad he was making himself look by mercilessly bullying Evelyn, especially when the public's sympathy was with her. Jerome asked about when Evelyn had met Stanford White and the way he had behaved towards her prior to taking advantage of her. Evelyn said White had behaved in a fatherly manner before that night, and that aside from the wrong he did her, he was a very nice and kind person. Evelyn did reveal that she had seen White behave paternally towards other young girls, limiting them to one glass of champagne just as he had done with her, and grooming them into a false sense of security. Jerome made Evelyn admit her relationship with Stanford had continued for almost a year after the assault, although she claimed she didn't want to be White's mistress and he forced her into it. She said she tried to avoid being alone with him, but he pestered her incessantly and accused her of being cold-hearted and cruel. When Jerome asked if Evelyn saw anything improper at White's parties, she said one young woman used to tell indecent stories. Evelyn whispered the girl's name to Jerome, and it appeared on the court record and was subsequently made public. The woman was actress Maisie Follett, a friend of Evelyn's who had been subpoenaed by Jerome. For months before the trial, the papers had suspected Maisie would be one of Jerome's most important witnesses to prove Thaw was abusive towards Evelyn, and that Evelyn was immoral herself. Any reticence to betray her friend disappeared when Maisie was embarrassingly named in the trial. She went daily to the district attorney's office and provided Jerome with important names and dates concerning Evelyn, White, and Thaw. Maisie claimed Harry had been abusive towards Evelyn, even dragging her by the hair across a restaurant on one occasion. Maisie also said Evelyn brought Stanford White up regularly, in order to fuel Harry's jealousy and anger towards the architect. Maisie was forced to hand over her correspondence with Evelyn to Jerome, and a few letters were even read out in court. As Jerome continued with the cross-examination, he got Evelyn to admit that she had stayed at Thaw's house all night on Christmas Eve of 1903, after refusing to attend the party Stanford had thrown in her honour. No matter what Jerome forced Evelyn to admit, public sympathy remained firmly with her, and Jerome was increasingly vilified in the press. He was mocked for his inability to shake Evelyn's story, while numerous articles praised her skill and strength on the witness stand. One reverend even condemned Jerome's treatment of Evelyn as disgusting barbarity. When the court reconvened the next week, Jerome was still using information that appeared to come from Evelyn's mother. Evelyn remained calm as Jerome questioned her about the allowance Stanford had given the Nesbits and the numerous dinners Evelyn had attended with various men. She was caught off guard and turned pale, however, when Jerome called for Dr. Flint, who John Barrymore had supposedly taken Evelyn to see. The implication was that she had gone to the doctor to terminate a pregnancy, but Evelyn denied ever seeing the doctor. Evelyn then avoided giving a definite answer when Jerome asked if she had ever stayed out all night with Barrymore. Jerome boldly asked if the operation performed while Evelyn was at school was criminal, but Delmas successfully objected. Delmas also objected to Jerome's further questions on the subject, so Jerome switched to asking Evelyn about the hypodermic needles Thaw allegedly bought in Paris in 1903. She once again gave evasive answers, and then Jerome brought up the affidavit Abe Hummel had drawn up about Thaw. In his hand, Jerome held a piece of paper that was clearly a copy of the affidavit, and read questions from it. Evelyn denied telling Hummel that she had been abused by Thaw in the Schloss Katzenstein. She also denied saying Thaw took narcotics and had threatened to end her life. When Jerome showed Evelyn the piece of paper and asked her to identify if she had signed it, she said she couldn't tell if the signature was hers. The next day, Jerome called the disgraced Hummel to the stand. This was a surprising move, as Hummel was under indictment for charges which included making false affidavits. Jerome could barely ask a single question without Delmas objecting, and eventually Jerome gave up and called Evelyn back to the stand. For the first time, Jerome succeeded in rattling Evelyn by producing a piece of evidence that terrified her: her school diary. Evelyn couldn't remember what she had written during her time at Mrs. DeMille's school, and was horrified that the private thoughts of her teenage self might prove to be her undoing. Jerome thought the diary was a condemning piece of evidence that showed Evelyn was far less innocent than she portrayed herself, and although Jerome returned to the diary several times, the passage Jerome read aloud recorded Evelyn's first impression of the school. All she could think about was how far away she was from the popular New York restaurant Rector's, which she acknowledged probably wasn't the most appropriate place for a young girl. She immediately recognized that her classmates were sheltered, and wrote that they would never be anything except wives and mothers, while Evelyn said she would be something better, a great actress. She acknowledged her personality was easily affected by her environment, and wrote that she would probably have a noble character before she left the school. To illustrate her point, Evelyn had drawn a sketch of a nun. The diary failed to have its desired effect, and was viewed as the typical writings of a teenage girl. Once again, Evelyn was defended in the papers, while Jerome was criticised and increasingly portrayed as desperate. Jerome asked Evelyn if she had ever seen Harry behave irrationally before their marriage. She said on one occasion he broke down into hysterical sobs when they drove by Stanford White, and that since around Christmas 1903, Harry had carried a pistol because he was paranoid. Evelyn stated she believed Harry was irrational, but the cause of his mania was always Stanford White. Jerome abruptly ended the cross-examination, no doubt feeling defeated. He had utterly failed to discredit Evelyn, and had all but ruined his public image as an honourable man and a talented lawyer. The Holmans broke their silence to deny supplying the district attorney with information against Evelyn, and Mrs. Holman once again tried to defend her parenting skills to no avail. Jerome's attempts to disparage Evelyn's character had only served to increase the public's loathing of her mother. The papers had speculated as to who would win the battle, Jerome or Evelyn, and in his determination not to be outwitted by a former chorus girl, the district attorney had mishandled the rest of the case. Maisie Follett was rumoured to be a star witness against Evelyn, but in the end Jerome failed to call her to the stand, despite Maisie waiting in the corridor outside the courtroom. Evelyn's confidence had grown over the course of the cross-examination. When Jerome tried to confuse her by asking multiple questions at once, she said she would not answer a question she didn't completely understand. When Jerome tried to make Evelyn panic, she frustrated him with her calmness, and infuriated him by correcting his mistakes. Journalist Dorothy Dix recalled Jerome sitting down beside her and despairing because he couldn't break Evelyn's story. Dorothy astutely replied, "She's been trained to meet a better questioner than you, Mr. Jerome, a jealous husband. Don't forget that night after night she was woken up and shaken by the shoulders and put through a quizzing that even you couldn't manage." Evelyn continued to be the most talked about figure in the trial even after her cross-examination ended. In 1 month alone, over 500,000 postcards of her were sold across the country, as well as other trial merchandise such as wax figures. At least 2 books were published as guides to the case, and in March of 1907 a film called The Unwritten Law was released, based almost entirely on Evelyn's testimony. The Unwritten Law became one of the first highly controversial films in America, and some areas banned it altogether over fears it would have a corrupting influence. Evelyn was rumoured to play her own role, but the actress is clearly not her. It was noted that schoolgirls made up most of the audience, and the discussion over whether Evelyn was becoming a negative role model for young girls was reignited. Behind her public image, the real-life Evelyn was on the brink of collapse. She suffered from extreme insomnia and barely consumed anything besides milk. She was deeply irritated that Harry had maintained his cavalier attitude and continued to believe he was a hero. While Evelyn suffered unprecedented humiliation and scrutiny, Harry was enjoying his celebrity status. The injustice of Evelyn's position was not lost on her. She had to whisper to Jerome the names of men connected with Stanford White, and thought to herself, "The record was kept clean for evil men, but not for me." Mrs. Holman had her daughter's testimony read to her over the phone, and reportedly fainted after hearing Evelyn's accusations against Stanford White. Over the next few months, Evelyn's mother would reverse her previous statements, even declaring that if Evelyn had told her the story she had told the court, it would not have been necessary for Thaw to end White's life. Evelyn's mother would have done it herself. In an effort to salvage her image as a mother, Mrs. Holman declared that Evelyn was as dear to her as ever, and would always be welcome in her home. The rest of the Nesbit family broke their silence to condemn Evelyn's mother entirely. Evelyn's paternal grandmother and some residents of Evelyn's hometown of Tarentum had already blamed Mrs. Holman for her daughter's downfall, and accused her of being self-absorbed and materialistic. Now Bella Nesbit, the sister of Evelyn's father, released a statement attacking her former sister-in-law. Bella remembered her sister-in-law adoring expensive clothes, and believed Evelyn had been made to work at such a young age and accept financial support from rich men, so Mrs. Holman could live beyond her means. Bella was quoted as saying, "Do rich men lavish money and attention on young girls out of goodness of heart? No. No, the mother's course in this case is abhorrent to the ideas of a real mother." The Nesbit family went further still, when Evelyn's paternal grandmother and 2 paternal aunts held a family conference in order to pen a public letter to Mrs. Holman, which was printed in multiple major newspapers. The letter, dated March 14, 1907, read as follows. "The attitude that Mrs. Charles J. Holman, mother of Evelyn Nesbit, has taken towards her daughter is to our minds most inhuman. The evidence that has been given out at the trial reflects very discreditably upon Mrs. Holman's character. We know that she accepted money in large sums, not only from Stanford White but from other men as well, and now her plea is that she thought Mr. White was a grand man and a friend of the family. Does she wish to give the impression that she, a woman of the 20th century, having attained the age long past maturity, was so innocent, so unsuspecting, that she thought the money given the family was given without recompense whatsoever? Does she wish to make the American people believe she was innocent enough to think that men gave their money for nothing, or simply because they were friends? No, she knew better. She knew she was sacrificing her child's soul for the money by which to live without effort. Had she been a true mother, she would have taken in washing before putting her daughter out as an artist's model or chorus girl, knowing what temptations under such circumstances would be placed in the child's way. What girl could live the life that Evelyn Nesbit lived and come out untarnished? Mother's answer: do you think your daughters could be placed in the same circumstances with such an example as Stanford White to teach them morality, and come through all right? Admitting that Mrs. Holman did not know the true character of Stanford White, should she have left her beautiful little girl under the charge of an influential man of the world and unprotected otherwise in New York City? And now, considering that she did all this innocently, giving her the benefit of 1,000 doubts, is she not an inhuman wretch to turn against her daughter in the hour of need? Even a dumb brute would protect its young, but this woman turns against her daughter, and after being the indirect cause of her ruin and downfall, will not admit her errors, but is making strenuous efforts to save her tarnished reputation by sending information to prosecuting attorney Jerome so he can torture the girl under cross-examination. Torture such as no woman has ever undergone, and which she is voluntarily bearing bravely and nobly, showing that beneath the fair and fragile beauty there lies a strata of pure gold, which she must have inherited from her father, never from her degenerate mother. Following the publication of the letter, Mrs. Holman made few statements. As the trial moved on, Jerome tried to change tactics and prove Thaw was insane, at least during the Garden tragedy. The alienists for the defence proved just as evasive as Evelyn had been, and when Jerome did not get the answers he wanted, he became increasingly irritable. After a series of blunders, he was even admonished by the judge. Meanwhile, Harry was complicating things as usual by declaring to the press that he was not nor ever had been insane. He was especially not insane when he took the life of Stanford White, and Harry maintained that he was glad he had committed the crime and felt justified in it. Thaw still wanted to use the unwritten law defence, and his counsel had to plead insanity without his consent. By this time, Mother Thaw agreed with Delmas and the rest of the defence lawyers that the only way to save Harry from the chair was an insanity plea. When Mother Thaw took the stand, she testified, often tearfully, of Harry's miserable state when he had stayed at Lyndhurst in late 1903. Mother Thaw said Harry could be heard sobbing in his room and had lost interest in everything. He could not sleep and told his mother he felt his life had been ruined by the worst man in New York, who had harmed a young girl Harry cared for. Mother Thaw testified that she had called a doctor as Harry's depression only seemed to be getting worse, and he talked of this young girl and terrible man constantly. In the middle of Mother Thaw's testimony, Jerome suddenly leapt to his feet and declared that if Harry was insane at the time of these conversations with his mother, and continued to be insane until the Garden tragedy, then he must still be insane at the present time, and in that case the trial should be stopped. The judge and Jerome proceeded to argue for some time until Jerome was forced to give up as he lacked sufficient evidence to stop the trial and appoint a lunacy commission. Mother Thaw continued to testify and admitted her disapproval of Harry's intentions to marry Evelyn. Seeing how miserable her son was, Mother Thaw said she eventually relented on the condition that Evelyn's mother would never come to Lyndhurst and Evelyn's past would be a closed book, never to be mentioned. When Mother Thaw was excused from the witness stand, she at first refused to get up until she had addressed the claims of hereditary insanity in her family. Delmas eventually convinced her to leave the witness stand without speaking about the issue. Even in the most ludicrous of situations, Mother Thaw's first priority was her family's image. After unsuccessfully questioning one of Thaw's former lawyers, Jerome shocked the court by calling Stanford White's brother-in-law James Clinch Smith to the stand. Smith had attended the opening of Mam'zelle Champagne and had briefly spoken with Harry. During Smith's testimony, Thaw made a show of looking bored, even letting out a dramatic yawn. Next, Jerome called Rudolf Eichmeyer, who had taken photographs of Evelyn shortly before Stanford White assaulted her. Although she had not been sure of the exact date, Evelyn thought the assault took place the day following the photo shoot with Eichmeyer. Jerome wanted to learn the date of the photo shoot in order to prove Stanford White was out of town the next day, but Delmas successfully objected. Jerome then angrily called for the jury to disregard all evidence that Evelyn was wronged by Stanford White. Delmas remained infuriatingly calm and successfully objected once again. The third witness Jerome lost was Dr. Flint, whom John Barrymore had allegedly taken Evelyn to see in 1902. Flint's answers were evasive, and before long Delmas's objections resulted in the doctor's dismissal as well. Jerome called Abe Hummel to the stand, and although Delmas failed to have the crooked lawyer dismissed as a witness, Delmas was able to take over the questioning. Jerome was determined not to lose such an important witness, and in the end all Delmas could do was call for a recess until the next day to prepare. Considering that the district attorney had spent the last few years trying to destroy Hummel's corrupt career, it was ironic that Hummel was Jerome's best witness. The following day, Jerome was allowed to continue his questioning, and asked Hummel if Evelyn had told him in 1903 that she told Harry Stanford White had never assaulted her. Before Delmas had a chance to object, Hummel replied, "She certainly did." Delmas knew Hummel had replied quickly on purpose, and screamed at him before getting into another argument with Jerome. Throughout the trial, Delmas had patronizingly referred to Jerome as the learned district attorney, and Jerome finally told Delmas to stop referring to him as learned. Getting in one last sarcastic remark, Delmas said it would be more truthful to refer to Jerome simply as the district attorney. When the questioning resumed, Hummel testified that Evelyn told him Thaw had tried to make her sign documents accusing Stanford White of assault, which she refused to do. Jerome produced a photocopy of the affidavit, and Hummel said he had given the original document to Evelyn, after which he never saw it again. When Hummel was turned over to Delmas, Hummel admitted that he was currently under 2 indictments procured by Jerome, one for creating a false affidavit and another for perjury. When Hummel also admitted to being disbarred for bribing a judge, Delmas had no further questions, but nevertheless, Hummel's testimony had cast doubt on Evelyn's story. The affidavit, which accused Thaw of abusing and threatening Evelyn, as well as being addicted to narcotics, was introduced as evidence. Although it served to damage Harry's heroic image as a defender of women, and the public's perception of Evelyn as a devoted wife, the affidavit still could not prove that Evelyn's confession to Harry hadn't happened. The only question that remained was of Harry's sanity. Jerome called his own alienists to the stand, after which Delmas questioned the alienists for the defence. The trial had already dragged on for over a month, and when the alienists' conflicting testimonies only complicated the case, Jerome called for a lunacy commission. Jerome dramatically declared that Thaw's defence team had withheld information about Harry's mental state, forcing Jerome to go ahead with the trial when Thaw should have been declared insane from the start. The courtroom instantly went into uproar. Gleason, the lawyer who had stepped down as Thaw's chief counsel on the second day of the trial, indignantly railed against Jerome before frantically pacing up and down the courtroom. The other defence lawyers followed suit. The judge adjourned the court until the next day. Jerome's dignity took another blow the following day when the judge asked why he had objected to the testimony of alienists who believed Thaw insane earlier in the trial. Jerome had no explanation and was forced to pathetically reply that he didn't understand the question. The judge then asked Jerome to prove that Harry's team had concealed evidence of his insanity. Jerome had no actual evidence of his claims, and the next few days were entirely spent arguing over appointing a lunacy commission. Still egotistically oblivious of the reality of his situation, Harry released a statement declaring he was and always had been sane and was glad he could prove his sanity to experts. Despite the fact Harry being proved sane would increase his chance of being sent to the chair, his mother also wanted a lunacy commission to save the family's public image. Given the circumstances, Mother Thaw's concern with keeping up appearances was almost comical. She had her own affidavit drawn up, untruthfully declaring there had never been mental illness in her side of the family. Finally, the Lunacy Commission was appointed, and their first examination of Thaw lasted 2 hours. Harry was remarkably coherent and cooperative throughout, answering questions quickly and intelligently. Dejected that another plan had fallen through, Jerome attempted to give up on the commission after the first day and declared he had no witnesses to call. Jerome was informed that he had to attend the commission's meetings and call any witness they wanted him to. Harry remained calm and reasonable during the second examination, where he went through the night of the shooting and his motivations for committing the crime. Various alienists with conflicting opinions testified for the commission. The alienist who had examined Harry directly after the murder pronounced him insane. Harry was quoted as saying that the community owed him a debt of thanks for what he had done. Thaw was stripped naked for the commission's final examination and put through tests for abnormal symptoms. When the inspection was over, Harry stated he was confident the commission would unanimously declare him sane, and the following day they did. Jerome tried to argue, but realised he had no grounds to do so. Shortly afterwards, Dalmas began his closing statements, a monologue that went on for 8 hours stretched over 2 days, and coined the term dementia Americana. Dalmas tugged on the jury's heartstrings once again by going over Evelyn's pitiful life in terms worthy of a sob sister. On Evelyn's ruin, Dalmas said, "To a gilded den fitted with luxuries and adornments, this man, more than old enough to be her father, enticed this child, and there he ruined her. Better that Stanford White had never been born, than that he should have seen that girl's anguish. He had committed the most hideous crime that any man can commit to gratify his passion. He had crushed the sweet little flower that was struggling toward the light and towards God." Dalmas said he believed Evelyn's signature had been forged on Abe Hummel's affidavit, and finished by drawing on the patriotism that had been connected to Harry by his publicists, and which Harry himself now firmly believed. Dalmas declared, "If Thaw is insane, it is with a species of insanity that is known from the Canadian border to the Gulf. If you expert gentlemen ask me to give it a name, I suggest that you label it dementia Americana. It is the species of insanity that inspires every American to believe that his home is sacred. It is the species of insanity that persuades an American that whoever violates the sanctity of his home or the purity of his wife or daughter has forfeited the protection of the laws of this state or any other state." The next day, Jerome made his closing statement and addressed Dalmas's tactic of appealing to the jury's emotions. Sneering at Dalmas's attempt to put an almost wholesome all-American spin on the case, Jerome said, "Dementia Americana doesn't for 2 years flaunt an unfortunate girl as a mistress. Gentlemen, this is no case of St. George rescuing a maiden. This is a mere common, sordid, vulgar, everyday tenderloin homicide, and you know it. This is a case where a woman lay like a tigress between 2 men, egging them on. To Thaw, she said White had wronged her. To White, she said Thaw had beaten her with a whip. Will you acquit a cold-blooded, deliberate, cowardly murderer because his lying wife has a pretty girl's face?" However convincing his words might have been, in his loathing of Evelyn, Jerome had once again lost sight of what the jury would actually convict Harry on. Despite Jerome's best efforts, the case still rested on whether Evelyn had told Harry about her relationship with White. Whether the story was true and whether Harry was a sadist and Evelyn a liar didn't ultimately matter. The judge told the jury their only question was whether Thaw was so insane at the time of the shooting that he didn't realise what he was doing was illegal and would result in death, and whether Evelyn's story had driven him to that state. Deliberations started on April 11th and lasted 47 hours. A crowd of about 10,000 people waited outside the courthouse to hear the verdict. Some even pitched tents. Near midnight it was reported that the jury was hopelessly deadlocked, and at 4:30 p.m. on April 12th, the jury finally emerged to address the courtroom. For the first time, Evelyn sat beside Harry at the defense table. They both looked pale and nervous, and Evelyn held Harry's hand. The jury announced they had not reached a verdict. 5 jurors had voted Harry not guilty by reason of insanity, and 7 had voted him guilty of murder in the first degree. Evelyn's nerves had been strained to breaking point as the end of the trial approached. She told herself if only Harry was acquitted, the humiliation she had endured would be worth it. But her sacrifice had not been enough. There would be another trial. Looking as if she were in a trance, Evelyn kissed Harry before silently making her way to the door, almost falling before she reached it. She had to be assisted to reach the room where the rest of the Thaw family were gathered. She later described herself as the most thoroughly discouraged, tormented, lonely creature on earth. Harry would have to languish in jail until the retrial, which didn't seem likely to happen for months. Evelyn doubted the Thaws would support her emotionally or financially, and worst of all, the jury had said that her testimony wasn't considered when they questioned Harry's sanity. All her suffering on the stand had truly been for nothing. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe so you never miss another one. Part 2 of Evelyn's story is coming soon, which will cover the second trial and her life after it, as a struggling artist, headlining dancer, movie star, mother, and more. Check out my Patreon linked in the description and the pinned comment for videos taking an even closer look at each part of this story. Until next time. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, check out my Patreon. There are always so many fascinating topics that I want to expand on from each of my YouTube videos, but there just simply isn't enough time. You're probably looking at the length of this video right now and thinking, how can there possibly be more? But there is always more. Patreon is the place where I talk about all of the people, the buildings, the places, the events that I just cannot fit into my very long YouTube videos. I will be doing satellite videos essentially to every single one of my YouTube videos. You'll also get Patreon exclusive videos and early access to the things that will eventually be up on YouTube. You can suggest new topics, and you'll also get a closer look at my research. I'll be posting all of the rare photos, videos, and articles that I find in my research phase. You'll have the ability to vote on what I do next, and many behind-the-scenes looks at each of my projects. To find out all of the perks you will receive, go and check out my Patreon, which will be linked in the description and in the pinned comment below. Thank you so much for watching once again, and until next time.